tornado warning for northeastern parts of Rabun County, and as we mentioned, the south central parts of Macon County in North Carolina. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 4 miles southwest of Franklin. That's where I just showed that to you here a moment ago. I'll move this really quick so you can see this area that we're talking about. I'll put that back up here, and you'll be able to see that area that we're talking about right there. This is just to the south of Franklin where we see that potential rotation, and it is moving down toward the south, and if it holds together, it would move into those areas of Rabun County in northeast Georgia, moving to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Again, a radar indicated tornado moving into parts of northeast Georgia. And this is, again, is radar indicated rotation there. There's one more that I need to show you here. Also, Clay County, North Carolina. This is the town right here, or the county right here that we are responsible for. You see, people ask all the time, why is that county in North Carolina highlighted? That's because they are part of our viewing area. We are responsible for them as well. This is another tornado warning that is in effect for those areas around Valleytown in North Carolina, but that also extends down into parts of Clay County, North Carolina. This is going to be in effect. We'll put this information up here for you as well. Will be in effect for that area until 8:45 too. So 2 tornado warnings that we are watching right now in our viewing area, the one for Clay County, North Carolina, and this one for far northeast Georgia, including Clayton and Dillard on up toward near the Sky Valley area, is where we have yet another tornado warning. Both of these are in effect until 8:45 tonight. I want to stay on with you for a little while because we need to make sure that we don't see any additional rotation developing out of those storms. Let me get in tighter to this one right here. We did have some confirmed tornado warnings a little bit earlier up in parts of North Carolina, and we're just seeing that within some of these storms, we have been getting some rotation in them, and that is what is sagging into northeast Georgia right now. So there's not really anything that looks particularly, I mean, this is the part right here that looks a little more like we could see some of that rotation there just north of the Georgia and North Carolina line. Again, that's to the south of the Franklin area. This is the part that would be moving down toward the south and east at about 30 miles an hour. So if you're in Dillard right now in North Georgia, of course, many people are familiar with the Dillard House there in that area. Also into Clayton and Mountain City. I'll zoom in a little bit tighter so we can get some of these other cities on here. This is Dillard, Mountain City, Clayton. There's War Woman Road right here. This goes over toward Long Bottom Ford, where we see that polygon going down to right there. And then Saddaloa right there, that is on the line there, getting closer to the state line, near Sky Valley, is where we have this tornado warning that is in effect. And it's going to be this storm that is capable of producing a tornado is going to move into the far northeast part of the state. So those are the areas that we are watching right now. And that potential rotation would be right up here between Tumblerville, Teresita, and near Otto, north of Norton. Again, that's just north of the Georgia line, but we need to warn the folks here in Georgia and give you advance warning of that storm that is going to be moving into your area. Of course, you see Clayton right here, and as we mentioned, Dillard, this is right along Highway 23, so the potential rotation is still right up here, just north of the state line, and that's going to keep sagging down into those areas. So if you're in Dillard right now, if you're in Clayton, if you're in Mountain City, if you're in any of those other areas that I just showed you in this red polygon up in northeast Georgia, I want you to take your tornado safe positions, the lowest floor of your home, get in the centermost part of your house. If you have a basement, the basement is also the best place to go there in your home or structure. So we're going to keep tracking that as it moves on down toward the south. While we're here, I also want to look at this one. I'm going to take the lightning off so this will be a little easier to see, where we have been watching any potential rotation near the Valleytown area. Again, this is in North Carolina, potential rotation here, and this is moving into the northern parts of Clay County, North Carolina. We are responsible for that county in Clay County, where, again, we have potential rotation that is moving in, getting closer to crossing the line there. That's also going to be in effect until 8:45. So broad area of rotation that we're watching watching there. That would be getting closer to Hayesville. Shooting Creek, you're not included in this particular warning right now, but you are included in the severe thunderstorm warning that also has the tag tornado possible. So those are the two main things that we are watching out there right now, with two tornado warnings impacting areas that we are responsible for here in the Atlanta viewing area. Now, speaking of Atlanta, I know that if you're trying to watch NBC programming right now, you're probably frustrated because you're thinking everything is fine here, nothing's going on. You are correct. We are fine in Atlanta right now, but we have to watch these storms with two tornado warnings that are in effect for Northeast Georgia and Clay County, North Carolina, which is in our viewing area. And also, we need to let the other folks in North Georgia know that these strong storms are headed your way. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right on the Tennessee, North Carolina, and Georgia line, extending over into Clay County. So I want you folks in Fannin County here to be aware that these storms are about to sag into your area. Union County and Towns County, you do not have a warning right now, but these storms are going to be pushing into your area at any time now within the next 30 to 45 minutes. And we have been watching within these storms in eastern Tennessee and North Carolina. There have been instances of rotation that has been developing with those. That's why we have these tornado warnings that we're watching right now, again, for that part of Clay County, also this part of Rabun County right here. So Atlanta, we're fine right now. And I do think we're going to be fine for the rest of the evening hours, really for a big part of Metro Atlanta and even a big part of North Georgia. However, this is that cluster of storms that we were telling you about at 4, 5, and 6 o'clock tonight that would clip Northeast Georgia, and most of the energy would be staying to the east of us here in Atlanta. But we're just watching those storms that are going to be moving through Northeast Georgia, right along the South Carolina line. And I really think most of that energy is going to be in South Carolina. Now, speaking of additional North Georgia counties, I also want you to be aware of an expansion of the severe thunderstorm watch. All right, so this now impacts more people who are watching here at this hour. You can see the severe thunderstorm watch for, again, North Carolina, Tennessee, and into South Carolina. Earlier, we were streaming and telling people that we have this severe thunderstorm watch in effect for only a few counties in North Georgia. That has now been updated. In fact, let me kind of widen out just a little bit more so you can see this here just a little bit better, where now multiple counties in North Georgia are in a severe thunderstorm watch. So they have expanded this to include now areas over in Northwest Georgia, into Dade County, Walker County, Catoosa County, Whitfield County, Murray County, also into areas of Gordon County, Pickens. This comes as far south as Cherokee County, Forsyth County, Hall County, Banks and Jackson County, on over north of Athens, stretching on over to the state line there, including Hart County, Elbert County, all of that up to the north. Again, that includes Dawson, Lumpkin, White, Habersham, Rabun, Union, Towns. All of you are in this severe thunderstorm watch until 1 o'clock in the morning here, because of that cluster of storms that have prompted the tornado warning for Clay County and also Rabun County. At any time within those storms, we could see additional severe thunderstorm warnings be issued there in North Georgia. And within that, we have to watch for any rotation that could develop out of those storms. Now, the tornado risk really for all these other counties, I think, are going to be on the lower end. It's just really far Northeast Georgia in that main cluster that we have to watch there really closely with those additional storms that are moving through. So a lot of developments that are going on right now as we are tracking these storms in that cluster moving into Northwest Georgia. Okay, I think we just have a new update here. And now additional parts, yes. So we have a brand new tornado warning that is including more of Clay County. This was the original one that stopped north of Shooting Creek. Now we have a new tornado warning that extends down to the state line. This does not include Union or Towns County yet. It is possible, though, if this potential rotation holds together over Clay County, North Carolina, and it extends down into North Georgia, they may have to include Union or Towns County possibly into another tornado warning if that rotation holds together. So here's the latest on that new tornado warning that was just expanded to include more areas of Clay County. This is also going to be in effect until 8:45. This is for, now I'll move this box kind of out of the way so you can see. Again, this warning right here for Clay is for this new one that was just issued right here, just at the Georgia-North Carolina line. A reminder to you, if you're watching, why do we care about a storm in North Carolina? We are responsible for Clay County, North Carolina, and we're concerned about this because we want folks in Union County, in Towns County, and Rabun County to be aware that this is moving your way. We've also been talking about this warning up in Rabun County from Clayton up toward Mountain City and Dillard. You are included in that tornado warning as well. So 2 tornado warnings here that we're watching. Actually 3, because the northern part of Clay County is in one, central and southern Clay County is in the other one. And since they have issued a new one, this is a good indication that this radar indicated rotation is still holding together. A lot of times we see this radar indications kind of ramping up and then falling apart. But since they have issued a new warning there, that is a good indication that the suspect area of rotation is holding together right now. So this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Hayesville, North Carolina, moving south at 25 miles an hour. So let me put a track on that for you really quick. I'll have to widen out just a little bit so we can kind of see what this would be doing, as this part right here is that area near Hayesville would be moving to the south and east at about 30 miles an hour. So we're going to put some cities on here. I don't want this to alarm you because Hiawassee, you're not included in the warning, but you could be. If this rotation holds together for you and moves into Towns County, then Hiawassee, it would be in your area around 8:36. Into Presley at 8:42. Into Mountain Scene right here there at about 8:49. So Hiawassee and Mountain Scene, you're not in the warning right now, but it is possible you could be, if this rotation holds together, coming out of these areas near Hayesville, North Carolina, and moving down toward the Shooting Creek area. So let me give you another update here on this one. Let's go back to velocity here, and I want to show you a timeline potentially for that storm. Now, the velocity here does not look as impressive. Towns County and White County, parts of White County, you have just been included in a severe thunderstorm warning there too. So again, a lot of developments here as we've been watching over just the past little bit, where we have a new severe thunderstorm warning right here for parts of Towns County and a little bit into White County right there. I know that's an interesting looking polygon that you have there, but they're kind of going along the county line there. But this goes to near Helen. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. I'll put this up here so you can see that a little bit better. That is indicating possible tornado. Tor possible is what they're saying here. This is going to be in effect until 9 o'clock with this severe thunderstorm warning for Towns County and a little bit of White County. It's just that small part of White County right here, but a bigger part of Towns. So, and they're saying Tor possible with this as well, where we have the potential for some rotation to develop there. So that kind of goes along with what I was just showing you with the with the tornado warning, that if that extends out of Clay County, it would move into parts of Towns County and also into White County. So this is that tornado warning that is near the Shooting Creek area right now. They are not extending the tornado warning yet into Towns County and White County, but they are issuing a severe thunderstorm warning there with the tag Tor possible, meaning that we could see a tornado developing out of that. So please be aware in Towns County and White County, as the storm moves into your area, that we could see potential rotation here developing with that too. Let me get the information that the National Weather Service just said. It's right at the border at Tennessee, Georgia. It's had indication of strong winds and rotation. So that's what the National Weather Service is saying, and that's why they're saying Tor possible. So the rotation is right up there, really near Shooting Creek. Let's go back to velocity so we can see that again. And take the lightning off so it'll be easier to see there. So this would be that potential rotation right up here near Shooting Creek, all right? That is drifting down toward the south. They just canceled the one on the north side that included those areas north of Clay County, but still northern Clay, much of Clay is included in that. But this is that potential rotation that we're seeing right here near Shooting Creek. If this rotation holds together, they would then upgrade this severe thunderstorm warning to a tornado warning for areas of Towns County and into parts of White County as well. So that's what we're kind of waiting to see here if they're going to do that. Again, looking over into these areas of Rabun County, let me look and see if we have any new information here from the National Weather Service. So they're saying for Rabun County that the potential rotation there is not looking as impressive as it was a little while ago, but we have a good bit of rotation aloft, and so there are no plans to cancel this warning yet. They're still holding on to this right now until 8:45. We'll wait and see if that rotation looks like it is starting to fall apart a little bit more, and they may allow that one to be canceled early. But as of right now, I still want you folks in Dillard and Clayton to be very aware of this storm. We are seeing that maybe the signal of a Doppler radar indications of any rotation there up into North Carolina has kind of weakened a little bit, doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier, but the National Weather Service is not ready to let go of this warning just yet until we get a little bit more of a confirmation from them, because it still has what they call a good mesocyclone aloft with it, and that means that it could still wrap up a little bit more and extend down to the ground as it comes into Georgia. So there's that little bit of rotation that we see right there coming out of North Carolina, pushing in closer to the Dillard area. Of course, you've got Cashiers up here. That's not in the particular warning, but this is not far off from the Highlands area too. Pushing down toward Dillard, where we see this particular rotation, why we are still in a tornado warning for parts of northeast Georgia in Rabun County, extending down toward and just south of the Clayton area. Right over here, you can see this is getting in closer to Lake Burton right here and down toward Lake Rabun as well. So Burton is not in this particular warning, but if this holds together and they extend this tornado warning into areas of Towns County in White County, I would think that they might need to include more of Rabun County in that. That would include the Lake Burton area potentially there. Again, with that storm that's up near Shooting Creek, about to cross over the line into North Georgia, into Towns County, and that could extend into parts of White County here in just a little bit. So we're hanging with you here, not only on 11 Alive, but also streaming on the 11 Alive app that you can download on your TV and also on your phone. For those of you hoping to see NBC programming, we're sorry that we have to interrupt this programming tonight, but we need to get this information out with 2 tornado warnings that are in effect. I know it's far up in northeast Georgia, nowhere near Atlanta. In fact, let me widen out a little bit more, and we'll put it back to reflectivity. And you can see, yeah, this is really far away from us, but we have very important viewers here in North Georgia, northeast Georgia, and even up into Clay County, North Carolina, where we have to alert them of storms that are happening, as well as just like we would for anybody who lives here in the metro area. Just look at all of that heavy rain. I'm going to put this into motion so you can get a good look here at what we're watching with these storms sagging down into parts of northeast Georgia right now. And, you know, we've seen a lot of that moving over into South Carolina, but this particular cluster is still holding together pretty well. And this cluster has a history of producing rotation with them. We did have a confirmed tornado farther up to the north near the Tennessee and North Carolina line a little bit earlier. And so this storm system has a history of actually producing rotation, and again, a confirmed tornado that was more to the north earlier. So far, these are Doppler radar indicated tornado warnings that we have, but we want you folks in Fannin County, also Union County, and Towns County to really be on alert right now. At any moment, we already have a severe thunderstorm warning for Union, actually Towns County and also White County, but at any moment that could be elevated to a tornado warning, and that could include more of Rabun. We still have the tornado warning in effect for parts of northern and northeastern Rabun County, going from Tiger up toward Clayton, Dillard, Mountain City. You're still included in that warning. It is supposed to expire at 8:45. However, we will wait and see if we get any indications if they're going to be able to allow that to expire early. We are, let's see here, I'm going to see any additional information here that we're getting from the National Weather Service. No, still the same information here right now, that we're keeping an eye on those two counties there, right along the Georgia line, moving into North Carolina and near on the South Carolina line too. The good news is that the one that we're watching in Rabun County is showing signs of not being as impressive as it was. Okay, so they just allowed that one for Rabun County. They just canceled that. Let me confirm that by looking at this right here. They are now, yes, at 8:23, the National Weather Service in Greenville-Spartanburg just canceled the tornado warning in Rabun County. So that's a good thing there, that they are allowing this this warning to be canceled because they're no longer seeing a tornado threat there within that storm. So that's a good sign. What we still have, though, is this tornado warning that is in effect for these areas of Clay County, North Carolina. And this would be the time period that if they are going to elevate this warning for Towns County and parts of White County into a tornado warning, this would be about the time frame that they would probably do that. So I'm going to stay on the air with you just a little bit longer here. Even though the Rabun County tornado warning was just canceled because they're seeing the rotation with that has fallen apart. There's no longer a threat for a tornado coming into Georgia, northeast Georgia, from Sky Valley down to Clayton. They still have a severe thunderstorm warning there, but no tornado warning anymore. However, I want to hold with you on air just a little bit longer. This warning for Clay County is supposed to expire at 8:45, but we are getting to the time frame right now that if they need to extend that into a new tornado warning, they will be doing that most likely pretty soon. I'm just looking to make sure they didn't do any other kind of upgrade there. So this is the part we're watching really near Shooting Creek, pushing down into these areas of Towns County and also into northern White County. So we'll watch all of this right here just to see if any rotation is developing and looking a little bit better with that as it's crossing over the line. And we'll see if the National Weather Service is going to extend this warning from Clay County potentially down into parts of Towns County and maybe even into parts of northern White County as well, just to the north of the Helen area. Now, as we mentioned, these are the warnings that we have right now, but this is the entire complex of storms that is coming in from right there on the Georgia, Tennessee, and North Carolina line. There's the North Carolina line right here. These storms extending down into North Georgia. So I want you folks in Fannin County, Union County, and Towns County to be aware as these storms are pushing in, because number one, you're going to have a lot of heavy rain, thunder, and lightning and winds of 60 miles an hour or greater. But also, check this out. I'm going to show you the number of lightning strikes we have here. This is 700, almost 800 lightning strikes in this red box that you see right here out of this cluster of storms. So that's just an indicator. Number one, a lot of electricity here within these storms, and that's what's sagging down into parts of northeast Georgia and far north Georgia. Also, these storms, number one, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, numerous counties included in those severe thunderstorm warnings, but also we have seen these storms with a history of rotation here developing with them. So that's what we're watching in northeast Georgia. I want to widen out a little bit more, and as you can see, this is far away from Atlanta, but when you put this into motion, you can see how these storms are sagging into north and northeast Georgia. Will they make it into Atlanta later on? We're watching most of the energy with these storms that most of that energy is over into parts of South Carolina, coming out of North Carolina, where again we have that severe thunderstorm watch in effect, and numerous counties are in a severe thunderstorm watch in North Georgia too. I'm going to show you that here in just a second. But these storms may hold together pretty well. I want to show you another interesting development we have here. Again, this is not quite into our viewing area, but it is there butting up to the Georgia line. Let me take the lightning off so you can see this. A new tornado warning that is north of, so this is Fannin County right here, all right? This is a new tornado warning in Turtletown that is right at the North Carolina and Tennessee line, and Georgia line. So this is a new tornado warning there. That would be pushing down potentially Fannin County. You're not in a tornado warning right now, but if this rotation up in Turtletown just over the line does extend down into your area, we could see a new tornado warning for you too. So we're trying to give you advance warning right there for all of those counties on the Georgia, North Carolina, and Georgia, Tennessee line of these strong storms that are pushing in, prompting numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, and now a tornado warning at Turtletown, another tornado warning near Shooting Creek. We did have a tornado warning that was over moving into Rabun County. They just let that one, they canceled it early. It was supposed to expire at 8:45, but they canceled that one early because they no longer see the rotation there. But we still have this rotation nearing the Georgia and North Carolina line there, just south of Shooting Creek, pushing into Towns County. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for you with the tag TOR possible, meaning at any time we can see some rotation developing out of that a little bit more. And now I'm a little more concerned about this one at Turtletown. That is going to push down potentially into Fannin County. Again, that's just right in and near the Georgia line as that moves down toward the south. So here we are in motion with this. This is that cluster of storms. Okay, so they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for numerous counties there in North Georgia. Let me put this back into live mode, and then I'll plot that severe thunderstorm warning for those areas here of North Georgia. This is for Dawson, Hall, Union, and White County. It also includes, let me just read these off because not all of the counties are fitting in on here. I'll move this over so you can see this a little bit better. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Dawson, Fannin, Gilmer, Hall, Lumpkin, Pickens, also Northern Hall County, Union County, and Fannin County. So a lot of counties. So what the Weather Service is doing here now is issuing warnings for numerous counties in a large polygon because of this whole cluster that's pushing down toward the south. And this is what they're saying. This is severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Epworth to near Alexander's Mill, moving south at 40 miles an hour. The hazards are 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. They are, okay, so good news is they're not saying TOR possible with this particular cluster right now. Let me confirm that here from this. So multiple counties, this is going to be in effect until 9:15 as these storms are extending from North Carolina, pushing into the northern part of our state, and this goes down toward Dahlonega. It includes Dawson County right here and the northern parts of Hall County just north of Gainesville. Numerous counties now included in this severe thunderstorm warning, and still Clay County, North Carolina, still has a tornado warning there too. And again, we're responsible for that area as well. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to hang with you just a little bit more to see if we get a new update. Let me go back to the tornado warning that is up in Clay County to see if we have any new updates on that right now. And I do not see anything new out of that right now. But let me go back to reflectivity, or the velocity mode, and we can see if there's any of that. Okay, so I'm not seeing any major indications of there would be rotation near there if it was still holding together just north of Hiawassee, but we don't have any new tornado warning expansion or extension there for those areas of North Georgia. So what we're going to do right now is keep an eye on these storms as they continue to sag down into parts of North Georgia. I'm going to put this into motion and step out of the shot here just for a moment. So you can still see these storms there as they move down into the south. Now, numerous areas are included in severe thunderstorm warnings right now to the north of us. And we do have those tornado warnings that are also in effect for those areas of North Georgia as well. And those tornado warnings, the one for Clay County is supposed to expire at 8:15. And then this one is the one that's going to be more interesting right here, coming out of those areas of Turtletown and Ducktown. I want you folks in Mineral Bluff to be aware that that was, and that is an indication of rotation there between Turtletown and Ducktown. That could move into Mineral Bluff. As of right now, our National Weather Service has not extended that warning, not extended the tornado warning into Fannin County or into Union County or into those areas of Lumpkin County and White County, but they are including that in a very large polygon with numerous counties there with a severe thunderstorm warning as those storms continue to sag down into parts of North Georgia right now. Let me get another look at that velocity over near Turtletown. So we can kind of see that it looks like it's broadened out a little bit more. It doesn't look as impressive as it was. So we'll see if they're going to hold that together into parts of Northeast Georgia. But this is any potential rotation between Turtletown and Hot House right there that could move in toward Mineral Bluff. What happens, as you know, that if you've watched us, we often talk about these storms that they'll have tight rotation with them, and then we may see the rotation let up a little bit, and then it could pulse up again. So that's what we're kind of keep an eye on there with those storms coming out of Tennessee and North Carolina moving into parts of North Georgia. Still seeing a lot of lightning here with that. Here is another look at what we're watching with 732 lightning strikes. So earlier this was in the upper 700s, close to 800 lightning strikes in a 15-minute period. Now 732, come down just a little bit, but not really a good indicator of any weakening going on with these storms out there as well. Plenty of lightning, though, sagging down into these areas of far North Georgia and multiple counties in severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have a couple of areas that we really need to keep an eye on. Specifically, this part here coming out of Clay County, North Carolina, where we have the potential for still some rotation developing there. Okay, I'm just making sure nothing new is coming in right there. With those storms that are coming out of North Carolina and into North Georgia, but they're still holding on to this tornado warning in Clay County as that extends down into Georgia. And as I mentioned, these storms have a history of producing rotation. And we've had numerous tornado warnings that have been well up to the north into Tennessee and parts eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina. Now this cluster of storms is sagging down into our area, causing these severe storms, and again, that potential for rotation. The Clay County one doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier, but we still have the tornado warning in effect there. We're waiting to see if, in fact, the National Weather Service needs to extend that down into parts of Towns County, maybe down into the rest of Rabun County or into Habersham County. So far, they have not done that. And then with this one, coming out of those areas near Ducktown and Turtletown that are going to be pushing down into parts of Fannin County, Gilmer County here, Fannin County, also into Dawson County, Lumpkin County, White County, Union, and part of Towns County too, with this large polygon that includes multiple counties as this extends all down into the south here. So I'm going to hold with you a little bit longer just to make sure they're not going to extend those warnings into Georgia. Still have to keep an eye on this one in Clay County. Again, we're responsible for that county there. But if it looks like that rotation may have fallen apart and they hold with severe thunderstorm warnings, we'll take you back to regularly scheduled programming, but I'll continue streaming on 11 Alive Plus, on our 11 Alive app, on your TV or your phone. You can download it there and you can keep up with the live coverage there. But we're not leaving 11 Alive quite yet until we get a better confidence level that this rotation that we were watching coming out of Clay County into North Georgia, making sure that that is falling apart. And we're not really seeing any major indications of it strengthening there. but we'll go in a little bit tighter here. It would be this area now near Shooting Creek, kind of pushing down into Towns County if that were to hold together. So this is really over Lake Chattooga right now, up there near Hiawassee, where we're seeing that main part of what we're watching near Brasstown Valley Resort, keeping an eye on those storms coming in that area here, as we're seeing, again, broad rotation with some of those storms, but not enough of a rotation to extend that tornado warning as of right now into these areas of Towns County. The Weather Service, though, has issued a severe thunderstorm warning there with the tag TOR possible. Just kind of keeping an eye on this part right here. That looks really interesting there, just to the south of Hiawassee. Again, there's no indicator that that is strong enough to elevate this into a tornado warning. In fact, let me go back to Peachtree City to see if they have anything new with this. Okay. So we now have a new tornado warning. All right, this is just what I was talking about. That just popped up on your screen right here. This is a brand new tornado warning just in right here for that exact same cell that I was just talking about. So this is coming from that rotation that I was just pointing out. Brand new tornado warning, including those areas of Towns County and the northern parts of White County. All right, so let me kind of narrow this down for you. This is exactly what I was just pointing out on velocity, where we had some rotation right here, and now the National Weather Service is elevating this severe thunderstorm warning there to a tornado warning for this part of Towns County. Now they stop it here right at the county line, not including Rabun. They're stopping that polygon right there on the county line, and then it extends down into the northern parts of White County. This is a brand new tornado warning. It's going to be in effect until 9 o'clock. So for another 20 minutes now, we have a new tornado warning as we've been watching that rotation coming out of Clay County. This is why we've been on the air with you, because we wanted to let people know ahead of the storms that these storms would be pushing in from North Carolina and also into Tennessee. And now, even though Clay County is in our viewing area, we were concerned about it impacting more of our viewers into parts of Towns County and also northern White County. So now they have issued this tornado warning for those areas in Towns County and also Union County. Here's another look at the velocity couplet that we're watching here from those areas. And that's exactly what I was just pointing out here just a moment ago with this potential rotation here, moving down toward the south. Let me get the speed on this right now. This is for those areas of Towns and White County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Titus, Georgia, or 7 miles southeast of Hiawassee, moving south at 25 miles an hour. This is radar indicated rotation here. So we want you in these areas of Towns County and northern White County. The polygon does not make it down into Helen. So this is really north of Helen where this cuts off in northern parts of White County that you see right here. And then this is that part of the rotation that we're seeing right there. And the National Weather Service, again, was saying that this was indicated when they did this warning 7 miles southeast of Hiawassee. So that really does kind of line up. This is Hiawassee. This would be southeast of Hiawassee. So that lines up with what I was showing you before they issued the warning here of this potential rotation right here. Relatively broad. Again, radar indicated rotation with that. That would be right along Highway 17, and this would be Highway 76 right here, and there's Highway 197 right there, and that's what goes over by Lake Burton right here. So again, Lake Burton is not included in this tornado warning right now, but this rotation is not too far away from you. It's right there. They stopped the warning here at the county line, but it's in this area right here where we see that potential rotation, and that's going to be moving down toward the south. And if this black line right there is the county line from Towns County moving into White County. So again, that warning extends down into White County. If that happened to move down toward the south and hold together, those are the areas that we would have to watch for. This is moving south at 20 miles an hour. So let me do a track on this for you right here from this area right here, moving south at 20 miles an hour. That would take it Again, Helen is not included in this tornado warning, but the polygon ends just north of Helen. So if it does extend down toward the south, it would make it into Helen at 9:22 if it held together, Sauté at 9:25, Ariel at 9:31, and then Harvest at 9:40. But again, those are areas well outside of this tornado warning. So that's the area that we're watching. You can see Young Harris right here as well, where we're getting some good rain coming down right now in those spots. Again, this is a lot of these areas near Lake Chatuge and near Lake Blue Ridge, where those conditions are deteriorating there right now too. So let's see here. Let's do another lightning count for those areas here that we're watching. I'll do that lightning count for all of this area, even going into South Carolina. 710 lightning strikes. So again, we were near 800 lightning strikes a little while ago. The numbers have come down a little bit, maybe indicating a little bit of weakening, but still 710 lightning strikes is a lot. And that's what's pushing down into these areas of North Georgia right now. Here again is this area that I want to keep an eye on, and we'll put this into motion here as well, where we can kind of see these areas right now as that line moves down from Tennessee and North Carolina, all that lightning pushing into parts of North Georgia. Now, we think that by the time this makes it closer to Metro Atlanta, that this is going to be much weaker. We really don't think the intensity of storms in North Georgia will be that strong as they approach Metro Atlanta. But here's Atlanta right here. So earlier, when we were talking about the storms in Tennessee and North Carolina, you were thinking, hey, that's really far away. They're still far away, but at least they're now into Georgia, and we'll have to keep an eye on these to see if they will hold together getting into the metro area. Speaking of that, I'm going to get back to the tornado warning here in just a second, but for those of you in Atlanta and in the metro area, I want you to be aware of the expansion of the thunderstorm watch that's going to be in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning, and it's because of that cluster of storms that we have there in North Carolina and in North Georgia now pushing down toward the south. Earlier, this severe thunderstorm watch only included Rabun County. Then they added in Habersham County, Stevens County, Hart County, and Elbert County, and Franklin County. Then the Weather Service added a lot more counties coming as far south as Cherokee County, and Forsyth County, Hall County, Jackson County, Banks County, moving on over to these counties north of Athens, including Madison County, over toward Hart, Elbert County, Franklin County, and then on up to the north. So all of these counties are in a severe thunderstorm watch. So it's not just watching those storms along the North Carolina and Tennessee line. Those storms are going to extend southward and potentially impact many of these counties that you see here in North Georgia, depending on how they are holding together. All right, we have a new information here that we're watching right now. Okay, so another tornado warning just issued here in Northeast Georgia. This is that part two that I was just telling you about, where I was concerned about the warning being cut off at the county line. So they now have extended that over to include this part of Rabun County and down into parts of Habersham County, the southern parts of Clayton and into Habersham County. Let me put that up for you right now. Brand new tornado warning for not only now those areas of Towns County and northern White County, but now the National Weather Service is including those areas of Habersham County and also Rabun County. So there's Clayton. So Clayton is no longer in that warning. But now western parts of Rabun County are in the new tornado warning. And then this crosses over into Habersham County right here. If you're familiar with driving up into parts of Northeast Georgia and you pass Tallulah Falls and Tallulah Gorge, it's in this area here of northern Habersham County where we have this new tornado warning in effect. So I was interested when I saw this tornado warning for Towns County that extended into northern White that stopped at the county line, because remember when I zoomed into this a little while ago and I was showing you the rotation and how close it was to Lake Burton, even though Lake Burton wasn't included in the warning? Well, now this warning doesn't stop at the county line. It now extends over into this part of Rabun County. Lake Burton is right over here and it goes down toward Lake Rabun. now those areas are included in that warning because the rotation is so close to the county line that they have issued that warning now to include those areas of Rabun County as well. So these are the areas really that we're kind of keeping an eye on. Let me look at the text here from that latest tornado warning for those areas of Rabun County. Stand by just for a moment, so I have to switch for Havisham and Rabun. This is indicating severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 11 miles southeast of Hiawassee or near Lake Burton, all right? Moving south at 30 miles an hour. This is a radar indicated a rotation there. So 11 miles south of Hiawassee, southeast of Hiawassee. All right, let's kind of get that a little bit better. So really, here's Hiawassee, 11 miles south and east of that, and getting near Lake Burton. So this is right here. Let me take the reflectivity off for just a moment so I can point out to you those areas that we're watching. And we'll be able to see here, actually pick out Lake Burton here for you. So here is Lake Burton right here. All right, so there's Clayton, Lake Burton right there, Highway 76 here, all right? I wanted to take the velocity off so you could point out this. So remember, the Weather Service was saying it was about 10 or 11 miles southeast of Hiawassee, and the rotation was near Lake Burton. So that's really right there close to that county line. We'll put the velocity mode back on, and this will show you here. That's where we see that potential rotation really close to Lake Burton right here. So this is west of Clayton and really between Hiawassee and Clayton right here. This is that potential rotation that we're watching right here in that area near Lake Burton, where again, it's not a confirmation of an actual tornado on the ground, but we have been getting indications from our reflectivity and also from our velocity modes of potential rotation there within this storm, and that's why they have elevated that severe thunderstorm warning to a tornado warning. So really, two tornado warnings that we're watching. This one that is for these areas of Towns County moving into northern White, and then Rabun County and parts of Habersham County. It's all really because of the same suspect area of rotation that we see there for those spots in North Georgia. But this is what we're keeping an eye on right here with that potential rotation along those county lines between Towns County and Rabun County and Habersham County. Again, there's northern White right here. So it's this part right here where we have that potential rotation that has prompted this new tornado warning for those areas there of far northeast Georgia. Let me get the latest here of what the National Weather Service is saying here with that. Okay, so just keeping an eye on all of those storms there. And also, okay, another new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's put it back to reflectivity. And we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for these counties. All right, so there was that original severe thunderstorm warning that includes multiple counties as this area slides in from Tennessee and North Carolina. Now, additional counties have severe thunderstorm warnings in Whitfield County, Murray County, here's that bit of Fannin County, this part of Gilmer County, moving down into parts of Pickens County and Gordon County, including Leudeville and also Calhoun. In fact, I'll put that up here for you so you can see it, because that also has an area of heavy rain and thunderstorms and winds that we're dealing with. The main hazards here are 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, and they're not saying TOR possible with that one. So that's a good sign right there that these are not exhibiting any rotation from those storms of the new severe thunderstorm warnings there in areas of North Georgia. So a lot of counties now in North Georgia, as this area of rain and storms moves into North Georgia, that is where we have severe thunderstorm warnings, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, including multiple counties. And again, moving up here into these areas where you see the red polygons right here, this is where we have the tornado warnings that are in effect for this part of Towns County right here, moving into northern White, that's just north of Helen, And then where originally they had this warning stopping at the county line at Rabun County, they have now extended that over to include Rabun County, where we had this rotation near Lake Burton, moving down toward the south. And then this black line that you see right here is the county line into Habersham County. So this includes this part of northern Habersham, pretty much north of Clarksville. Clarksville is not in this polygon, but it does go over to Turnerville. And then this area of Rabun County that you see right here is the latest tornado warning that is in effect. And let me give you the expiration time on this one again for Rabun County. And it is going to be in effect until, and again, that's for Rabun and Habersham, until 9/15. So we're hoping that as these sag into North Georgia, the sun is setting now. And we've been losing some of the heating of the day, which again is one of the things that helps to feed or fuel some of these storms. So as it gets a little darker now, and as the temperatures start to come down a little bit, we're hoping to see any of this rotation falling apart. But as of right now, we still have enough indicators with that storm there that is coming out of Towns County, moving into Rabun County, western Rabun County, and also the northern parts of Habersham County, where we have that potential still for some rotation there within that storm. Another update here of a new severe thunderstorm warnings now. That includes more of this area here going into South Carolina, extending down toward 85 in Franklin County and over toward Hartwell. A new large area of severe thunderstorm warning, and within that warning, the National Weather Service is saying that we have a potential for just watching for tornado possible there with those storms there to the east of us. So keeping an eye on this potential rotation still most likely holding together. Also, this up in Turtletown has not extended down into areas of Fannin County or Gilmer County. They still have a tornado warning there. We haven't seen the good rotation with that holding together, but we'll keep an eye on that to see if that potentially could get extended down into Fannin County or possibly into Gilmer County in just a little bit. But the main parts that we're watching right now, still with this storm in those areas of North Georgia. Let me get back to, it keeps switching to the other radar site. This actually shows it a little bit better. Let's go back to velocity right here and take the lightning off. And it would be these areas right here potentially where we would have that potential rotation here moving into possibly and crossing near the county line between Rabun County and also into Habersham County. So those are that's the main suspect area right here that we're watching, right on that county line between Habersham and Rabun. That would be a little bit more to the south of Lake Burton right now. I keep using that as an indicator, a landmark that many of you may be familiar with those storms that are pushing into north and northeast Georgia right now. We'll go back to the reflectivity, and very heavy rain, thunder and lightning coming in. And we'll do another lightning count on this for that storm, those storm cells there. 670 lightning strikes. We're seeing good trends as we keep up with these lightning counts, that they're coming down a little bit. This is still active, very active weather with 670 lightning strikes in a 15-minute period here just in this red box covering North Georgia. But if you were watching us earlier, we had almost 800 lightning strikes in a 15-minute period. So slightly reducing the lightning count with this would be an indicator that maybe as this moves into Georgia, and maybe as the sun is going down, and maybe as it's getting a little darker, and as the temperatures start coming down a little bit, that we could see these storms weakening somewhat. Now I say weakening, but I'm not saying weak. They are still very strong. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for North Georgia, as well as still dealing with that tornado warning for that area of, I just took the lightning data off. It all just didn't disappear. I took that off so we could see this reflectivity a little bit better. Still here watching the tornado warnings that we have in parts of North Georgia right now. Let me see if I can get to our Blue Ridge Tower Cam. Hold on just a second here. Let me get that all set up. And I also am going to look at our Tower Cam that is in Lumpkin County. Okay, I've got both of those set up here. Let me go off of radar here for just a moment so we can see here the, okay, this is in Blue Ridge, all right, up in those areas that we're watching. Okay, plenty of lightning. You can see the rain coming down right now, but almost constant flashes of lightning in the sky. And I just showed you those numbers of 670 lightning strikes in a 15-minute period out of all of North Georgia. And this is an example here of what we're watching in Blue Ridge right now with the heavy rain that's coming down. We're not seeing the wind that bad right now in Blue Ridge, but we have all of that lightning that is almost constant here in Northeast Georgia. Oh gosh, there was another big one right there. I also want to show you our Tower Cam at the University of North Georgia, there in Lumpkin County in Dahlonega. I've pointed this up toward the north, and we can, okay, there's more lightning that we're seeing right now up in Lumpkin. Whoa, look at that, all right? Bright flashes of lightning, and this is still very active lightning numbers happening in a short period of time there too. There's more of that lightning there. This is looking north from Dahlonega. So Dahlonega has clouds, not a lot of rain yet, but all of this is pushing your way in Dahlonega. This is looking up toward the north, toward those storms there, where, yeah, you can see all of that lightning. I want to go back to Blue Ridge, though, because that's where that lightning was a lot more intense, where we were seeing all of those flashes here happening almost constantly. There's not really a lot of breaks there in between these lightning flashes there in North Georgia. So plenty of electricity within these storms in far North Georgia here, as well as we have some wind, we have heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and still watching this rotation that is up in those areas of far North Georgia. And in fact, we'll put the radar back on so you can get a perspective. I know we've been zooming in a lot to these storms in far North Georgia. And in Atlanta, we're actually fine right now. We don't have any rain around, but just to the north of us, this is that area of disturbed weather, intense storms, severe thunderstorms that are pushing in from Tennessee and North Carolina, moving down toward the south with all that heavy rain and also the thunder and lightning. What didn't help today is the fact that temperatures got up into the mid-90s. Our atmosphere very ripe, very hot, a lot of lift there in the atmosphere, and also plenty of moisture around too. So we're getting some really heavy rain out of these storms that are moving in, all right? And there you can see all that lightning. So the Blue Ridge area right up here, where we were seeing all that lightning, where I showed you the Tower Cam out of Lumpkin County, that's this area right over here. So we have Dawson County, Lumpkin County, and White County. So I was showing you Dahlonega, which is right here, looking northward, all right? So that was looking toward that lightning. So the rain, heavy rain and storms aren't into Dahlonega yet, but they're coming that way. So we'll be able to see the difference there in those, the Tower Cam here in just a little bit. New development, two new developments I want you to see right now. We just got to the 9 o'clock hour. Here is a look. Let me go back so you can see this reflectivity a little bit better here. What happens is as I zoom in tight to North Georgia, it changes to the other radar source. So that's why you're seeing kind of that reflectivity looking a little different at times. This is still the tornado warning. They have updated this tornado warning now to include mainly just a little bit of Rabun right here and the rest of Habersham, all right? So they canceled the part in western Rabun that was near Lake Burton. Let me get the update that we have here from the National Weather Service, and I'll be able to kind of tell you what that development is here for this tornado warning that is in North Georgia. So they still have the tornado warning in effect for those areas of a little bit of, so they just took White County out of that. So it's really just this part of Habersham County and that little bit of Rabun County right here. So you can see what we're talking about here with those storms as they continue to push down toward the south at about 30 miles an hour. You see the other information that we got right here. So they allowed the warning for Towns County and White County to expire at 9 o'clock. And they're saying that the rotation weakened, still concerned about damaging wind gusts and hail to be threats with the remainder of the storms pushing into North Georgia, and they have still numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. But they took out parts of Rabun near Lake Burton, but we still have this tornado warning right here for those areas of northern parts of Habersham County and a little bit of Rabun, that southeastern parts of Rabun County right here, where we have that tornado warning that's still in effect. Let's go back to velocity mode. This looks a little, I don't want to say dirtier, but not quite as impressive as it was earlier. For, again, some rotation right here possible, but Lake Burton is right up here. So now any threat around Lake Burton is south of Lake Burton, but we still have this part of the tornado warning in effect for this little part of Rabun right here that includes really near Turnerville and north of Turnerville, including Lake Rabun Road, Lake Road, Burton Dam Road is right here, excuse me. So this is just to the south. The northern part of this polygon is right there at the south of Burton Dam Road, and then it pushes down toward the south, including Turnerville, including Ariel, and just north of Hollywood. All right, so this is what is left of this tornado warning, and we're not really seeing a classic signature of a big indicator of these storms that are rolling in, but we still have this part right here with this potential rotation right on the county line there from Habersham County moving into that area, or from Rabun County moving into this part of Habersham County. That's just north of the Clarksville area for those storms that we see there pushing on down to the south at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. So we're hoping to see the rotation with these storms letting up a little bit. And this warning that still is in effect for that area of Habersham, a little bit of Rabun, is in effect until 9:15. Maybe once this one expires, we won't see any other rotation with that. While I'm here, I also want to give you an update. We no longer have that tornado warning that we were telling you about near Turtletown and Ducktown. That is a severe thunderstorm warning now, so we're not seeing rotation there anymore either. But still, we have all of these counties in far north Georgia that are included in those severe thunderstorm warnings for those spots there of far north Georgia. We'll go back to reflectivity, and you can see, number one, not only the lightning, but all of that heavy rain that is extending down through, now not much going on in North Carolina anymore except for this and into Tennessee. That's going to keep pushing down toward the south. So as you can see, we have multiple counties. All of the yellow polygons here, they're large polygons, including a lot of counties. Goes all the way over to 75, over near the Dalton area in Whitfield County, extending down toward Calhoun, over into Pickens County, Dawson County, northern parts of Hall County, also into these areas of Franklin County and Hart County there along the South Carolina line. That line up to the north, all of these counties here is where we have the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for those areas. And then we're still holding on for just a little bit longer here until 9:15, where we have this tornado warning that is in effect for those spots there in far southern Rabun County and into the northern parts there of Habersham County right here. And the rotation with that is not looking as impressive as it was, but the warning is still in effect. It's going to move down toward the south with all that heavy rain and also the thunder and lightning. Now again, for those of you who are saying, okay, Chris, that's way north Georgia, why do I need to be concerned about this? Because we also are seeing here the extension of the severe thunderstorm watch to include a lot more counties that extends down to some north metro counties, all right? We'll move this over just a little bit so you can see this a little bit better. But this severe thunderstorm watch goes all the way over to northwest Georgia, including Dade and Walker County. That extends down into Gordon County here near Calhoun, extends down into Cherokee County, Forsyth County, Hall County, Jackson County, Banks County, on up north of Athens, Oglethorpe County, parts of Madison County, over toward Elbert, Hart County. That line up to the north is where we have this severe thunderstorm watch in effect until after midnight as all of these areas, as that line of storms moves in, all of those areas are expected to see the possibility of severe thunderstorms moving in. And within that, we have to watch at any time the potential for rotation, because we have seen that rotation up in parts of North Georgia. So we do think that's going to extend down close to Atlanta, but the city of Atlanta is not included in that warning or in that severe thunderstorm watch, because we expect the weakening process to take place here as these storms move in from the north and push down toward the south. All right, so here again is a look at those storms. Still plenty of lightning with those. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in effect as that pushes down toward the south now. And in fact, I'll put it into motion. Still the tornado warning holding together there for Habersham County and southern Rabun County. This is supposed to expire at 9:15. We'll see if they allow that to expire or if they will issue any other warnings with it. But in the meantime, all of these storms pushing down toward the south, getting closer to Metro Atlanta. I do think they will be weaker by the time we get here. In fact, let me show you our high resolution rapid refresh model and see it has been updating here constantly. And let's see what it is showing now and how this is initializing those storms on the north side, okay? So there's actually more storms up in North Georgia than what this is showing, but this is pretty much showing a pretty good indicator of what we're watching right now. I will advance this forward a little bit. This goes to 10:30. Notice the weakening trend that the model is indicating is going to be happening with this. So still pretty active in parts of North Georgia here at 10:30, but as those storms sag down to the south, the models are thinking it will weaken, and that really makes sense as we get into the later nighttime hours. Will it make it into Atlanta? This is at 12:30. Maybe just a little bit of that left by the time it gets into the Atlanta area later on tonight or early in the morning. We're talking midnight and after that. And then as I progress even more here, it pretty much all falls apart. So really, this is just the more active time. I'm going to take this backwards, okay? Let me show it to you again one more time. These are the storms we're watching right now as they push down to the south, showing some weakening. And we think that that will continue to weaken as we get closer to 10, 11, and midnight. But maybe a few of those holding together 11:30 and midnight as they get closer to the Atlanta area. But the trend is going to be that what we're seeing and what we have been tracking now since 8 o'clock, I've been on the air since 8 o'clock here, tracking these storms for you and these severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings. We think that the weakening trend should be taking place right now. But remember, I'm saying weaker, but not weak, because these are still really strong there in North Georgia. Before I take the lightning data off, let me do another count on that so we can kind of see. The last count we had was in the 600s, now back up to 825. So the lightning count has actually come up a little bit more as some of these storms have been firing up right now, and these look like they are more intense right now too. So earlier the lightning count was down into the 600s, now it's back up into the 800s, as we still have a lot of electricity there within that. Speaking of lightning, let's go back to our Blue Ridge Tower Cam. And we still have plenty of flashes of lightning. The rain is even harder right now in Blue Ridge. And you can see the raindrops on the lens kind of diffusing the light that we have there of the street lights. But this is just showing almost the constant nature of the lightning flashes that we're seeing in North Georgia. This is just our tower cam specifically in Blue Ridge. With that heavy rain coming down, we do see a little bit more wind now from these trees. Not crazy wind, but these trees blowing a little bit there as well that kind of get illuminated by the back lighting of the lightning there. So plenty of lightning up in Blue Ridge right now in North Georgia. This is our tower cam that is in University of North Georgia there at Dahlonega. I know this is dark because we're not seeing a lot of light here on the ground, just some of the buildings there that we can see, but you can see in the sky occasionally here. This is looking north from Dahlonega, northward toward those storms, and we still see that lightning from the distance. A lot of lightning flashes, not as many in the distance is what we're seeing from our Blue Ridge Tower cam, but still a lot of lightning. That is all about to move into Dahlonega, so we're going to see those conditions deteriorating in those areas of North Georgia and in Lumpkin County as well. All right, so here is again another look where we still have this tornado warning that is in effect. Let me take the lightning data off because it's covering up the actual warning. So there is that area right here where the tornado warning is still in effect. This is supposed to expire at 9:15. So this is going to be the critical time here where we see it's right now it's at 9:13, where we're going to see if they're going to allow this to expire without issuing any other warnings there, or if they will issue another tornado warning, maybe more down to the south. As of this point, it doesn't look like they are. In fact, they did just issue, okay, this is all part of that same tornado warning, or actually the same severe thunderstorm warning over to the east that goes down to those areas. It does not include Banks County, but it goes down to Franklin County and Hart County. I expect that they most likely are going to include Banks County in a severe thunderstorm warning in just a little while, maybe down into Jackson County as these storms continue to push down toward the south. And they're trying to stay ahead of the actual storms moving in. But this is going to be the time frame right here. It's 9:14 right now. In about 45 seconds, we'll most likely see this red polygon fall apart. Let me see if they're giving us any indicators right there for that. But they are not right now. All right, so they're most likely going to let that expire here, and they may not issue a new warning. But this is going to be the time frame where if they are going to issue a new tornado warning, it would come before or as they are canceling or letting this one expire. So we're going to hang with you just a little bit longer. If we do not get any indications of any new tornado warnings issued, we'll take you back to our regularly scheduled programming on 11 Alive, but I'll continue my live coverage here streaming on the 11 Alive app. So download the 11 Alive app. Okay, a couple of things just happened there. At 9:15, the tornado warning just was canceled for that area of Rabun County and Habersham County. And even the severe thunderstorm warnings, that one severe thunderstorm warning that included all of those counties there, they actually allowed that one to expire at 9:15 as well. Let me go back to this and just see if any new information is coming in. I'm kind of refresh this really quick just to make sure we're not missing anything here. As they just allowed those counties there to expire from the severe thunderstorm warning. We still have these over. Okay, so they did just update that to a new severe thunderstorm warning for this area right here. So that's a good sign that we no longer have a tornado warning in effect, and they have not issued a new tornado warning, but we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Banks County, Hall County, White County, and Jackson County. This is a severe thunderstorm that is near Cleveland, near Mossy Creek. Okay, so right here, Mossy Creek area in Cleveland, moving down toward the south. So that would move into Northern Hall. It includes a little bit of Banks County into Jackson County. So that's kind of what I was saying a few minutes ago, that they may extend a warning down into parts of Banks County, possibly into Jackson County. So they just did that. But here's the important part of this. They did not extend the tornado warning. And with this new severe thunderstorm warning, they're not using the tag TOR possible. At any time, though, of course, we could see rotation develop out of that. But as of right now, that's a good sign. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to take you back to your regularly scheduled programming. I know we still have a lot of action going on in North Georgia, but without any new tornado warnings and with the cancellation of multiple counties of severe thunderstorm warnings in North Georgia, we're going to take you back to your regularly scheduled programming here on 11 Alive, but I'm not going anywhere, all right? Download the 11 Alive app on your TV or on your phone or on your computer. We've got our coverage that is here as well on our website too. So we'll take you back to our programming. You could download the 11 Alive app on your TV or phone for free. I'm going to continue our live team coverage right now on the app, on our website as well, and on that app that's on your phone and on your TV. So thanks for your patience with us getting this important weather information out on these tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. Taking you back to regular scheduled programming now, but I'll continue our live coverage right now streaming on the 11 Alive app. Thanks for watching. Continue our live streaming coverage here, tracking severe storms that are moving through North Georgia. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb. We have been covering these storms with you for a while now during our stream and on 11 Alive, as we had some tornado warnings in parts of Northeast Georgia. Now, all of the tornado warnings have expired, but we are still dealing with multiple severe thunderstorm warnings for these spots in North Georgia right now. And we're seeing some good indicators that we've seen some slight weakening in these storms. We're not seeing any additional rotation here with those. I'm going to step out of the shot here for just a second, and you can see all that heavy rain that is moving through those areas of North Georgia right now with those severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect for those spots of North Georgia. And of course, no tornado, no tornado warnings in effect right now, but at any time, we could see some additional rotation developing. But the trend now is that we've seen the sun go down. We have already gotten through the heat of the day, where temperatures today made it up to 94 degrees, and we had heat index values around 105. But now we're watching these storms sag down to the south, and as we are losing some of the heating of the day and the sun has gone down, we should see these storms weakening a little bit more. That's what the models are indicating, that we will see weakening as these storms push down to the south. Maybe a few of these extending down into Atlanta, but I'm encouraged by the fact that we had a very large severe thunderstorm warning here in North Georgia. They allowed that to expire at 9 o'clock tonight because it's not exhibiting any of the qualifications needed for a severe thunderstorm in that area, including Union County, down into areas of Lumpkin County and Dawson County. But we still have severe thunderstorm warnings to the north and east, including southern Rabun County, also into Habersham County, areas of Stevens County, Franklin County, and into parts of Hart County there along 85 going over to Lake Hartwell. We do have this new severe thunderstorm warning for the southern parts here of White County, pushing down into northern Hall County, parts of Banks County, into areas of Jackson County right here, right along 85. So this includes the Gainesville area, just to the west of Lake Lanier, where we have this heavy rain. This is a severe storm right here that's pushing down toward the south. And then also these counties here, going over toward Dalton here in Whitfield County, Murray County, western parts of Fannin County, western parts of Gilmer County, northern parts of Pickens County, and northern parts of Gordon County, where we have still a severe thunderstorm warning in effect with those storms that are pushing into. Here is a look at the lightning. When we put that back on, there's a lot of lightning with these storms as they are pushing through those areas of North Georgia. Let me put this back into live mode, and we'll do another count. We're getting reports of about 3,100 3,100 power outages in White County, 2,600 in Habersham County right now. With all that lightning, it's not a surprise that we have power outages there in those areas. In fact, here's a look at the lightning count again. I really feel like this part of the storm, so we're back to 874. I really think that this part of the storm is where we're seeing most of that lightning kind of generating right there. In parts of North Georgia, the northern parts of those areas of Fannin County, a little bit of Gilmer County over toward Murray County. Still a good coverage of lightning right here near Turnerville. That's where we have those other severe thunderstorms there too. And then this cluster on the Georgia-South Carolina line there near Iona Lake and over near Stevens County, pushing down into parts of Franklin County. Still a lot of lightning strikes with that too. In fact, let's dissect this a little bit more and just look more directly. I'm going to do a lightning count just on this. This is for those areas of North Georgia right there, including Gilmer on over into northern White County. 519 out of this right here. So remember I showed you all of that area over 800, but it's this part that has over 500. So this is a real intense part of that storm here for Fannin County, pushing down into Gilmer County. And of course, that's where we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. And that goes over to this lightning as well, getting closer to Murray County too. So that's where most of the lightning count is coming from. And we'll also take you over toward this bit of lightning. Let's just do a lightning count just on that part. And I would think that this would be close to 300 or so for that part, 344, okay? So this is spread out just a little bit more and not as intense as it was a little bit earlier with that lightning data that continues to kind of fire up there with those storms stretching over to the South Carolina line. And then that strongest part here with all that lightning in this part here in Fannin County. Now, let's go back to our tower cam in Blue Ridge, and you'll be able to see the lightning count. That is very impressive. Okay, we just had a new update here. So there's a look at that lightning that's right now in Blue Ridge. Y'all look at that while I see new information coming in from the National Weather Service. So they have canceled Gordon County and Whitfield County from the severe thunderstorm warning, but it's still in effect for Fannin, Gilmer, Murray, and Pickens County. So that's the latest update that we have here. But I just want you to see that lightning that's taking place right now up in Blue Ridge. Heavy rain coming down. You can see the water droplets coming from the power lines here, but almost constant flashes of lightning. I'm going to move this camera. Be patient with me here, guys, as I'm going to move this to get a different view. I'm going to actually look over into this direction here. You'll see this moving here on your screen in just a moment, but wow, this gives you a good indication of all the lightning that we're watching here. This actually starts looking toward the south as I'm moving this camera, and you can see all that lightning that's going across now. I know this looks kind of weird with that moving behind me there, but this is looking more toward the south as we're seeing that lightning go through. And I'm going to keep going here. Whoa, look at all of that. And look over toward the west. Now, that building is in the way here on the roof, so we can't get a good view of the west. This is northwest right here. Really lightning all surrounding Blue Ridge. There's the building that's kind of blocking it right there. But then when I get here to the northwest, you're going to see a few more of these lightning strikes that are a lot more intense right here, that are kind of showing up right there. And then I'll go back to where we started. I'm doing a complete 360 right here. Going back to where we started, where you can see the power lines there over, you're about to see that here. There are the power lines. You're about to see that move over to where I started. So we just did an entire 360 on our camera showing those lightning strikes that are very intense in parts of North Georgia. Let's go back to Dahlonega. This is the University of North Georgia. Again, mainly dark. We just have a few lights there on the ground that are illuminating this camera a little bit. But what we're going to be watching here is not on the ground illuminating, but a lot in the sky will be illuminating from these lightning strikes that we have here. This is in Dahlonega looking northward toward those storms. In fact, let me go back to Dahlonega, and this is looking northeast. Let me go over and look more to the north, and we'll probably see a little bit more of that lightning. They're looking northward. You're about to see that here as it's going to kind of catch up with me what I just did. But you see these lightning flashes there in Lumpkin County. This is at the University of North Georgia in Dahlonega. This is their little weather station right here. It's going to be picking up some good rain, but this is looking northward, and you can see how the lightning is a little more tense, looking more directly north rather than to the north and east. So we're going to come back and check on this here in just a little bit as well. So let's get back to radar, and you'll see these storms that we're talking about here with the severe thunderstorm warnings remaining in effect. And again, I feel a little more confident now in that weakening part that we're seeing right there, because they have not issued new warnings here for Dawson County or for this area of Lumpkin County, as again that storm's moving down closer to Dahlonega. This part is still strong. coming out of those parts of White County, moving into Hall. We still have intense storms in Habersham County. Southern Rabun County, pretty much in the clear right now as that's pushing out of your county. Stevens County still in a severe thunderstorm warning. Franklin County moving down into Elbert County because of these storms that we're seeing here. And then this one is still intense coming out of, as I mentioned there, White County moving into Hall County, heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. The north end of Lake Lanier right here around Gainesville. So heavy rain coming down, pushing down into those areas. And then this part still very intense now in the western parts of Fannin County, western Gilbert County, moving into Pickens County. All of this is still going to be pushing down toward the south with plenty of heavy rain, thunder, and lightning with that. We'll put this back into motion, and you can see how this is extending down toward the south. This is what we've been tracking all along, coming out of North Carolina and out of Tennessee into North Georgia, pushing in. We do see some areas weakening a little bit. Still a lot of lightning, though, with these storms. But you can see how it's pushing down toward the south here, and we're not seeing any additional tornado warnings issued. We're not seeing any additional rotation here with those storms. These are just some really loud storms. They do have some winds, 50 to 60 miles an hour, especially in the ones where we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. That's where we're seeing winds of around 60 miles an hour. But a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain. The trend is going to be, as this moves down toward the south, that we expect to see a little more weakening with it. Most likely by the time this gets to Atlanta, we don't think it's going to be as strong as what we're watching now in parts of North Georgia. We really expect to see a weakening trend with that. Now, I want to make sure you're aware that there are multiple counties in North Georgia where we have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect. This was expanded earlier to include a lot of counties here in North Georgia. It includes this area of Northeast Georgia. They're along the South Carolina line going down toward Elbert County. And then it crosses over toward Madison County, Oglethorpe County. This is north of Athens, including Jackson County, including Banks County, including Hall County, including Forsyth County, Cherokee County. North Fulton is not in it. It goes up to Gordon County, actually Pickens County, Gordon County, and up to Dayton Walker County. All of that in far north and northeast Georgia is where we have a severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. We hope to see that weakening trend with these storms continue as this pushes down to the south. So here's another look at that. Okay, another round of severe thunderstorm warnings have expired at 9:30. Another good sign. This one, let me take the lightning off real quick. These two, actually a new one has just also been issued here as well. So let me get back to our information. Banks County, Jackson County, and Madison County. So this is the newest one. For Banks County, parts of Jackson County. So here's 85 where Commerce is, where the outlet malls are. So you have Banks County here, going down to Jackson County here. It stops, it includes parts of Madison County right there, where we have this latest severe thunderstorm warning. So this cluster, still classified as severe, coming out of White County, moving into Hall. This part coming out of Habersham County, moving into Banks, into Jackson County. And then this part again from Hall, also moving into Jackson, right there along 85. So this storm continues to sag down toward the south. The main things we have with this, let me make sure they're not saying tour possible with it. They are not saying tour possible with this one. Banks County in northeast Georgia, severe thunderstorm warning for you. Eastern Jackson County, northwestern Madison County. This is going to be in effect until 10 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm located over Alto, or 8 miles north of Homer, moving south at 45 miles an hour. That's a little bit faster now. The main threats are 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, heavy rain, and plenty of thunder and lightning. So these are the only two severe thunderstorm warnings that we have still here in our area. Let me put you back to lightning, and I'll do another query on that right now. Plenty of lightning there. Query that. Again, most of that is from those cells up in far north Georgia, from Ellijay northward up toward Ivy Log. Look at that, still 825 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. So we did see a little bit of a weakening trend with a lightning count that came down to the 600s. Now it's back up above 800. And most of that is from this part right here. And ironically, that's not even a severe thunderstorm warning right now. That warning just expired. It'll be interesting to see if the National Weather Service includes that. Lightning, though, is not necessarily an indicator of a severe thunderstorm. It shows an active storm, but really what you need for a severe thunderstorm warning are winds of 57, 58 miles an hour or greater, or hail an inch in diameter or larger. And we're not seeing that with those. There's another severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for that area right along the South Carolina line. So this now includes those areas of, this is just south of Clemson. Here is a look now at that severe thunderstorm warning for Elbert, Franklin, and Hart counties. And the Oconee County you see there is not Oconee County, Georgia. That is Oconee County, South Carolina. So this cluster here, I've moved this down to the south so we can see this a little bit better. This cluster here along 85 as you get up to the South Carolina line, including Lake Hartwell. This is for Elbert County, which is right down here, Hart County, and Franklin County right up here. Severe thunderstorm warning as this storm is moving down toward the south with 60-mile-an-hour winds along with that one too. We don't have an indicator of TOR possible with this either. Let me make sure. No, they're not saying TOR possible with this one either. So still a lot of action there for those spots. So the 3 severe thunderstorm warnings we have right now are these right here. We have reports of some trees down in Towns County a little bit earlier as the storms rolled through. So these parts right here coming out of those areas of White County, moving into Hall County, including this part of Jackson County. We have this right now coming out of Stevens County, going into Banks County, also into Jackson County, a little bit of Madison County there, and then these storms on the Georgia-South Carolina line, pretty much moving in over Lake Hartwell right now. Very heavy rain, thunder, and lightning pushing down through Elbert County, Hart County, and also down into Elbert County. And those are the 3 severe thunderstorm warnings that we still have in effect here for those areas right now. Stand by, I'm going to step out of the shot again while I'm talking, just so you can see that lightning and all the data here with those storms continuing to push on through. And as you can see those storms moving to the south, plenty of lightning and plenty of heavy rain in association with all of that. We'll put it into motion for you. And you'll see how that's pushing down toward the south. We hope to continue to see some weakening trends with this. Now, if you look at lightning data, the lightning is not indicating any weakening at all. But if you look at just the reflectivity, take the lightning off, you can kind of see still plenty of red and orange with that, but maybe just some general areas of weakening where it's not as impressive as it was earlier. Now they've issued another severe thunderstorm warning for that part right there in the middle. Okay, so now all of this area, this is interesting. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 warnings right now. And what they did with the last warning is kind of fill in this part right here. So this goes from Southern White into Hall down to Jackson. Then you have Banks into Jackson. Now this for southern parts of Habersham County, southern parts of Stevens County, into western Franklin County along 85, and then the rest of Franklin County right here, parts of Stevens, going into Hart and also Elbert County. So all of this area is warned now for severe thunderstorms moving down toward the south. The main impacts there would be heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, and also winds of around 60 miles an hour. So we'll look at this now near Ellijay. Very heavy rain pushing in there. Let me go back to our tower cam up in Blue Ridge, where, let's see if we still see all of the lightning there. Yes, still a lot of lightning happening right now in Blue Ridge. In fact, the camera has gone out of focus a little bit. Let me change that because most likely it started getting focused on a raindrop or something. Let me just kind of change this just a little bit. And that will hopefully fix the It's really hard. There we go. It just kind of tightened up there on the focus. What happens is when you've got these raindrops on the lens, sometimes it'll focus on that actual drop rather than focusing on the buildings there. So that's why it kind of goes out of focus here sometimes. Still a good bit of lightning there, plenty of it up in Blue Ridge right now, as those storms are very intense there on the north side. Let's go back to radar. I want to see if we had another update here on another severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, we do. Now with that, this is the part that I was surprised about. Where we had the most intense lightning just a little while ago, there was no severe thunderstorm warning. Now, they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let me take the lightning data off so you can see that a little bit better. But a new severe thunderstorm warning for this area of Murray County, Gilmer County, and also Fannin County right here. This is going to be in effect until 10:15. And I'm going to look back here on the Weather Service site to see if they're saying anything about TOR possible with that. No. Okay, so now these severe thunderstorm warnings are mainly for heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and winds of 60 miles an hour or greater. The latest severe thunderstorm warnings that we've gotten do not have the tag TOR possible. So that's really a good sign that we're not really seeing any more rotation with them. It's just dealing with a lot of heavy rain, thunder and lightning, really stretching from Murray County here into this part of Fannin and Gilmer. Okay, that's that latest warning. As you go over in this part, which goes through Dahlonega and Lumpkin County, no warnings here with that now, but we still have these storms prompting warnings for the southern parts of White County, Northern Hall into Jackson, Banks into Jackson, and then the southern part of Habersham into Stevens, into Franklin. This part of Stevens County into Franklin, but then that includes Hart County and also Elbert County right there on the South Carolina line. So these intense storms continue to push in from the north. They're moving to the south, plenty of thunder and lightning with them, heavy rain and winds of 60 miles an hour. But the good news is we're not seeing any new indications of any rotation or any potential tornado warnings here with that. Just really heavy rain and strong winds. Still 60 mile an hour winds. You can do damage with that. And we have had some reports of some power outages too, either from trees coming down or from all the lightning strikes that we've been dealing with over those areas of North Georgia. So here again is, let me go back to see if gradual weakening trend. Okay, this is from the Weather Service, an update they have there. Gradual weakening trend is expected as we head through the next couple of hours, but storms will pose a severe risk in the meantime. So we may see some improvements here. We have seen some weakening, but they're not weak. It's just a little weaker than they were, but still prompting severe thunderstorm warnings there to the north and also north and east of the city with this cluster, with all of these polygons that you see right there indicating severe thunderstorm warnings there to the north and east of the city. All right, so I'm making sure, still talking about 3,100 plus power outages in White County, Habersham about 2,600 power outages there. I'm sure there are other power outages around. Those are just the only ones that are being reported right now on the National Weather Service chat. And still just watching these other severe thunderstorm warnings and those stronger storms that are on the north side. The question is, will this make it to Atlanta? Let me show you the forecast track from the high resolution rapid refresh model, which is showing here, let me get to that hurricane, the high resolution rapid refresh. This is showing, this hasn't initialized very well because actually the storms are covering a larger area than what is showing up right here, and it shows those storms extending back into South Carolina where most of the energy is with that. But here's what we're watching through the evening hours as this moves down closer to Atlanta. This takes us to midnight, all right, where we see things falling apart, getting closer to midnight. So the models are indicating that. We're just waiting to see the signs of that actually happening between now and midnight as these storms get closer to Atlanta. A few of those still may hold together a bit over the Atlanta area as they are weakening, but the trend is, and in fact, let me take this backwards again. Let's just kind of walk you through this. This will take us from 9:30 to 10 o'clock, all right? Not as much action there. 11 o'clock, not as much action, but still some rain and storms on the north side. And then watch as that moves southward toward Atlanta, how it continues to weaken, and just a little bit may hold together toward midnight around Atlanta. But the whole trend is that even though those storms look impressive there in parts of North Georgia right now, as they get closer to Atlanta, they do show signs of getting weaker. And that's what we're hoping, that the model is correct. Let me show you another model. This is our graph model. It has not initialized well. It's also showing weakening as the storms push down toward the south as well. So those are the two main models. I'm really thinking the high resolution rapid refresh is the one that's a little more, has initialized a little bit better. But really both of them are showing signs of weakening over the next couple of hours. We just have to watch to see if that weakening trend is going to take place. In fact, we'll put this into motion and you'll see there the reds and yellows still with it. Plenty of lightning here with these storms too, drifting down toward the south, just waiting to see if those storms will weaken as the models are showing that they will. We'll have to wait and see on that just to make sure. Let me go to, as you're watching this loop here, and those storms pushing to the south, I'm gonna get the Athens camera and have it look northward. And we'll see if we can see some of the lightning in the distance there from the Athens camera. And yes, we will be able to see that. Hold on just a second, guys. I'm getting this all ready here. So actually in Athens, I can see some to the northeast from those storms. Let me go back to the northeast here, and then I'll show this to you. From the storms that are up toward the South Carolina line. Plenty of lightning here. That'll be showing up. Actually, let me go back to the north. Sorry, guys. I'm kind of analyzing this as it gets closer to us. Okay. So let me look at a couple of things here. Let's go back to, I'm going to put Athens on remote 60. Sorry, y'all, I'm kind of talking through this here. That's the good thing about streaming, that you're kind of with me while I'm working, and you kind of get an idea of what we're doing here as we're watching these storms roll through. Okay, so I'm going to show you, first, let's go back to Blue Ridge, our tower cam there. And still rain in Blue Ridge, water still dripping from the power lines, still some lightning there. Not as frequent as it was, but still some lightning there. When we showed you this earlier, it was almost constant. Now we're seeing a few breaks within the lightning strikes. And again, at nighttime, it's easier to see lightning from a distance. So not as much lightning in Blue Ridge right now, still some rain coming down and some flashes of lightning, just not as much as we had. This is a look right now in Dahlonega as we are looking northward, and you can see some of the lightning there as well, flashing. This is their weather station on top of one of the buildings there at the University of North Georgia, and still some intense lightning in the area of Dahlonega. Now, let me take you to Athens. This is, whoa, did you see that? This is, whoa, you can really see that lightning. This is looking northward from Athens, and northeastward actually, toward those storms near the South Carolina line up toward Hartwell and those areas near Stevens County and Franklin County. So again, the sky looking really dark here, but you can see when that lightning happens there in the distance, how it's illuminating the sky and those clouds there where we're seeing that lightning where that is emanating from. So a good bit of lightning coming from that storm too. So still plenty of electricity here in association with these storms that are getting closer to Athens. And as I show, go back to radar, that is all, okay, so this is what we were watching. This was the tower cam in Athens. I was looking up into this direction, north and northeast. This is the lightning we were seeing. The tower cam I just showed you in Dahlonega was showing some lightning strikes there. And then up in Blue Ridge, we were seeing all of that lightning from those storms there that are over Ellijay and into parts of Gilmer County, where we still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Let me get an update here on the expiration time of this particular warning. That's going to be in effect until 10:15 for Fannin, Gilmer, and Murray County. Then we have this one that we are also watching that is coming out of Hall County and Banks County, coming out of Franklin County, moving into Banks County. Still plenty of thunder and lightning with that one. That's in effect until 10, so for about another 12 minutes. And then we have this one on the South Carolina line in effect until 10:15, and then the other one for Franklin, Habersham, and Stevens in effect until 10:15. So it'll be interesting to see once these expire, if they continue issuing warnings from these storms, or if they're going to go to special weather statements as these sag down toward the south. Hopefully, we will see a few more signs of weakening there with those storms as they're going to be inching a little bit closer to the metro area. So that is a look at all of the storms, all the lightning. Let's do another count of the lightning here. Query that from those areas of north and northwest Georgia over toward Anderson, South Carolina. Okay, that's a good sign there. It was over 800, now 657 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. I don't want to be too optimistic because we saw this happen earlier where we had more than 800 lightning strikes and then it went down into the 600s, then it went back up into the 800s again. But this is a good sign that at least we're seeing that lightning count that was over 800 earlier, now at 657, that maybe as this is sinking down toward the south, we are seeing a little bit more weakening with it. I do see, I can just kind of tell here, in fact, let's kind of dissect that and just do this part here of the storm where we had the most intense lightning a little bit earlier. Let's see what this shows here. This is about the same area that I did earlier. Still showing 500 lightning strikes there within this right here. So that's where the most intense part of the lightning is, from those areas of northern Dawson County into those areas of Lumpkin County, moving up to Fannin and Gilmer County. That's where most of the lightning is. This part over is where we have still some good lightning strikes, but not as many. All right, we have a development here. I just saw the polygons change here just a little bit. Let's see what the Weather Service is saying about that. So this updated here, let's go back over to it. This was the one that was for, okay, so what they did is they just took Habersham County out of that. It's about to update here. So they just updated that. They took out Habersham here, but Banks is still in it, going down into Jackson. Stevens is still in this one, going down into Franklin. We still have Stevens, Franklin, Hart, and Elbert in that one there too. So these warnings are still holding together, but now Habersham County is no longer included in that. Also, we have a new update, I believe, in the severe thunderstorm watch. All right, so they took Rabun County out of the severe thunderstorm watch, and much of North Carolina is out of the watch. They still have South Carolina included in this watch here. Again, Rabun County is no longer in it. Greenville's no longer in it, but over toward Clemson, still in it, down toward Greenwood, moving down toward the south in South Carolina. And then still all of these counties north of Atlanta are still in this severe thunderstorm watch until 1 o'clock in the morning, but they took Rabun County out. So it's interesting because Rabun County was the first county that was actually included in the severe thunderstorm watch. Now it is no longer in it as the storms have pushed south of Rabun. I do expect that the National Weather Service will most likely take a few more counties out of this soon as this continues pushing down toward the south. Here it is into motion again as all those storms are moving to the south. This part has really cleared out of Rabun County and also Habersham County. Northern parts of White County have cleared out. Union County, parts of Towns County, actually Towns, parts of Union County. have cleared out of that heaviest rain. So this part is extending down pretty quickly. It's getting close to 85 right now, that leading edge, as you go into Commerce, moving up toward Franklin County, also into South Carolina. Okay, here's a new severe thunderstorm warning for that part that has been including the really intense lightning. So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for, let's put this now into live mode. This is in effect for these areas of Dawson County. Now, I don't think all the counties are going to fit here on my banner. It includes Cherokee County, Dawson, Fannin, Forsyth, Gilmer, Hall, Lumpkin, Pickens, and Union. All right, that's a lot of counties. With a severe thunderstorm warning, this is going to be in effect until 10:30 for all of those counties. We have a line of thunderstorms extending along a line extending from Cartacay to near Garland, moving south at 30 miles an hour. So it's this part here near Ellijay in Gilmer County, stretching over into down into parts of Pickens County, into northern Cherokee County, northern Forsyth County, northern Hall County. There's Dawson right here. Also into Lumpkin County, severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 10:30. We do not have any indication. Okay, they're not saying TOR possible with this. They are just saying winds of 60 miles an hour, some small hail possible. You know, I haven't really looked a lot at the hail. Let's look at the hail product just to see. Okay, there are a couple of areas. What we're looking for right here, the gray that's showing up in white. Those are the areas of hail near Cartacay. Also this at the southern parts of Fannin, moving into the northern parts of Dawson. We have a little bit of hail possible near Dahlonega. We'll go back and look at that camera here in just a second. We mentioned this near Cartacay, and then this is some hail up closer to the Fannin, Gilmer, and Murray County line. Generally, hail sizes are generally a ½ inch or so. Let's see what this is saying. In that white color right there, less than 1 inch near Cartacay, about 6/10 of an inch, and that little bit right there at the Fannin, Gilmer, and Dawson and Lumpkin County line, about 6/10 of an inch in diameter for the hail that we're watching there. So some hail with those storms. Here's the reflectivity again. And this is still looking pretty impressive here, guys, with all the rain. Now, it is improving in northeast Georgia. Everything's pushing down toward the south. We hope to see some weakening, but new severe thunderstorm warning issued until 10:30 for all of these counties that I just showed you here. So not weakening enough, that's for sure. Still classified as severe storms. Since we are right here, let's do another lightning count. And this goes over to Anderson once again, 618. So again, we had lightning counts in the 800s earlier. It went down into the 600s. Then it went back up into the 800s. Now it's back into the 600s again. I don't think we'll see this climbing again into the 800s because we should see these storms weakening. What we're seeing here, just the dynamics of our atmosphere right now, where we have the heating of the day, where we got up to 94 degrees for a high today, and heat index values around 105 with plenty of humidity around. So the dynamics of the atmosphere is that the heating, the highest heat of the day is coming down. So it's not as hot as it was earlier. Still though, 88 degrees at this time of night at almost 10 o'clock. It's still 88 degrees. So we still have plenty of heat for these storms to work with, but it's not as hot as it was. As these temperatures continue to come down a little bit, it's still going to be very warm out there tonight, but we should see this weakening trend continuing. Also, the sun is down, it's dark out there, and we should start to see some slightly more stable air moving in. But still, these storms holding together pretty well. The lightning count, even though that's a lot of lightning still, this is a good indicator of the potential for some weakening as the storms push down to the south. So that's the dynamics of the atmosphere. The models are also indicating that as these storms push down to the south, getting closer to Atlanta, they should be a little bit weaker as well. So that is what we're watching with these storms as they continue to push on through. Here it is in motion. We'll go up a little bit tighter here. And this just kind of gives you that indication. And what you can see here, as this was coming through Rabun County in northeast Georgia, the lightning was a little more intense. Still a good bit of lightning with these storms that are still severe, all right? But the reds and oranges with that, compared to what we had in Rabun County earlier, it's a little bit smaller, all right? So that's weakened a little bit. Still severe though, coming down 85. But we're just looking for trends here of showing maybe some signs of weakening as this continues to push down toward the south. This is still holding together pretty well with the thunder and lightning that actually looks a little more intense right now in the northern parts of Dawson County, pushing down into Pickens. Gordon, you're okay right now. We have these storms. These storms have had really intense lightning in western Fannin County and western Gilmer County. That's also pushing down toward the south. And plenty of rain, heavy rain, thunder and lightning, strong winds there with those too. So this is the part that is still very intense with multiple counties under multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. And that's going to keep pushing to the south. This is going to be the time frame really within the next hour as we continue to hopefully see some weakening within these storms, all right, as they push down toward the south. We hope to see the lightning count come down some more. We hope to see the intensity of the rain come down some more. We hope to see the wind speeds come down some more too, getting closer to Atlanta. It'd be nice to get some rain out of this tonight, but we just don't want severe weather as folks are trying to fall asleep on a Tuesday night here in Metro Atlanta and North Georgia, just watching these storms continue to push down toward the south. All right, I'm gonna do something here really quick. Guys in the control room, leave the radar up. My bottle of water is on the other side of the building. I'm gonna step out for just a moment, keep the radar going. So our viewers, don't go away. All I'm doing right now is going to get my bottle of water and drink a little water here as I'm a little bit parched. I'll try to keep talking here. I don't know if my microphone is gonna hold together. Y'all can still hear me? Can y'all still hear me? Okay, so I'm going to get my water and come back in. I just wanted to step out of the shot. I don't know why our crawl isn't showing up on TV. I don't know, Emily, if you can, I just saw the monitor that our crawl is not showing up on air. Or see if, oh, maybe they're running the other thing. So our weather crawl needs to be on the air showing the warnings. I don't know if Jim needs to do something or Denisha, so. Okay, guys, you heard me swallowing. Had to get some water. Hold on just a second. So I've been talking with you guys nonstop for about 2 hours, covering the warnings that we started at 8 o'clock on air when the first tornado warnings were issued. And now we're watching these no longer tornado warnings here, but we do have severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have an expiration of this one here that was over Banks County and also this part of Jackson County moving down toward the south. So this part is no longer a severe thunderstorm warning. Also, I really expect that this one, let me see here, let me get the expiration time on this one. That one's supposed to expire for Franklin and Stevens County at 10:15, but really, and that was issued out of Greenville, Spartanburg. I really expect that they will cancel that soon. Okay, here's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. For that one that just was canceled, they just issued a new one right here for that area of Jackson County. Okay, let me erase this one here, and I'll show you the brand new one that was just issued, and put this into live mode. So a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for this area of Jackson County, Barrow County, Clark County, Oconee County. Now, not all of the counties are showing up there. This is for Oconee County, Barrow County, Banks County, Clark County, Jackson County, Oglethorpe County, and Madison County until 10:45. With this storm, as it continues to move down toward the south. So this is now classified as severe, pushing down toward the south. It's over Commerce in those spots of Jackson County coming out of Banks County. This is pushing down toward the south. So you can see it includes a little bit of Barrow, a little bit of Oconee, all of Clark County, a little bit of Oglethorpe, and a little bit of Madison County, with this part that's in Commerce right now moving down toward the south. So this will be into Athens in just a little bit. And this is what I was looking at in our tower cam from Athens looking toward the north, and where you can see that heavier rain coming down and all the lightning with that, that most likely is going to make it into the Athens area here pretty soon. And then also continuing to watch those other storms here on the north side that have heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Another new development, let me show you the severe thunderstorm watch. So the National Weather Service has updated a little bit of that. Let me get in here and take out, I just want to show you the wide part now. Hold on just a second. Let me see if I can delete this. Hold on, guys. Okay, this goes right into North Georgia. Hold on just a second here with me. Y'all are, what's happening is I am updating this even as we all are watching it together. So this now has been updated where they not only took out Rabun County and Towns County no longer in the watch, but we also have, and let me confirm this expiration time to make sure that it is still. I'm sorry, guys. I'm making sure I don't see the expiration time. 1 a.m. still. Okay, I just want to make sure that didn't change. For all of North Georgia, and earlier it stopped at Cherokee County, Forsyth County, and Hall County. Now more counties have been extended. Gwinnett County is now in it. Walton County is in it, as well as Barrow County, Clark County, Oconee County. All right, so those counties over to the South Carolina line have been added to this severe thunderstorm watch that's going to be in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning as these storms continue to push down toward the south. So that's the newest development we have with that. I'm sorry, severe thunderstorm watch until 1 o'clock in the morning. Within that severe thunderstorm watch, we also have a lot of counties that are in severe thunderstorm warnings. So this is the latest area that we're watching right now to the north and east of us. Very heavy rain, thunder and lightning. You see these severe thunderstorm warnings stretching from Murray County into these areas of Fannin and Gilmer, stretching down toward the south here, moving across Lake Lanier, a little bit of a break, and then another warning right here coming out of Jackson County, pushing down toward Clark County. This is where we have that still most active weather that's coming down right now. While I'm here, I want to do another query because I'm actually thinking I see fewer lightning strikes. Let's see, the count 679 hasn't gone down that much. All right, still over 600, between 600 and 700 lightning strikes with that as these storms are pushing down toward the south of our area right now. And the trend is these should weaken before they get into Atlanta, but we're not seeing a lot of weakening. We're seeing some weakening with it, but not a lot. The models are indicating that they should weaken coming in, and just the dynamics of the atmosphere also show that these storms should weaken as they are pushing down to the south of us into our area. So Atlanta, you're clear. We haven't had any rain tonight, but it's just these storms to the north and east of us pushing down toward the south that hopefully will continue showing signs of weakening before they get into Atlanta. Now for Atlanta, it'd be nice to maybe to get some rain here. We just don't want severe storms, lightning strikes, trees down, power outages that we have here that we need to watch for. In fact, let me ask the control room, I'm sorry, the folks in the newsroom. Hey guys, I'm still live here. Do we have any reports or updates on power outages? If anybody wants to check for me. I've only had a few thousand in White County and Habersham, but I'm not sure if we have in other broad areas of power outages. They're going to give me an update on that. So here is, again, is a look at those storms. Still, those lightning counts are pretty impressive here as that line moves down toward the south. Let's put this into motion. We'll get rid of that number there. And those storms continue moving down toward the south. Now this part should expire here in Stevens County in just a little bit. This part's still holding together. That's the newest, one of the newer severe thunderstorm warnings that we have, with this part of the storm that's in Jackson County moving down closer to Athens. And then this part here, still very active from Dahlonega down into North Hall, into Dawson County. Still plenty of lightning in Fannin and Gilmer County. Fannin and Gilmer County, you've had a lot of lightning and a lot of heavy rain there too. As we are right here, focusing on this spot, let me go to our rain totals. So this is 24-hour rain totals here. And let me plot the purple colors that you see up in Gilmer County and Fannin County. We're talking 1.5 to 2 inches of rain there. That's kind of behind my head. So that purple there shows 1.5 to 2 inches of rain. Let me get this purple part right here. That's showing 2+ inches of rain in that spot. Also there in Union County and Rabun County, 2.5 inches of rain there. The blues that you see there in Lumpkin County, a little bit less than an inch. Over into Hall County, less than an inch. A little bit more than an inch into Habersham County. North Hall right now, close to an inch. So rain totals are pretty impressive. Not enough, though, for the Weather Service to have to issue any flood warnings or anything, but just still watching that rain and those storms sagging closer to the northern metro area, and very heavy rain, thunder and lightning with these. This part right here, even though we have this new severe thunderstorm warning with that, again, winds of about 60 miles an hour, it's not as intense as it was up to the north into Toccoa. So I really think that this part should be weakening somewhat. Do you have the numbers for me?
Yes, I wrote them for you.
Thank you.
That's
So
501, the most is in Habersham. This is white.
Great.
These are customers without power.
okay, so just an update here from Madison, our producer, and I'll talk to you hopefully soon. I mean, I'm assuming we're leading with weather?
Yes.
Okay, we're streaming right now. Anybody out on weather stuff?
No.
Okay, cool, okay.
We do have some video from Habersham, but that's really it.
Okay.
on this.
Okay, cool. So Lumpkin County, latest numbers we have, 501 customers without power. Habersham, 2,700 customers without power. White County, 564 customers without power. So we do have power outages. Chances are we may be seeing a few more of those in North Georgia as well. Number one, we have all the lightning. We have strong winds with these storms. And number one, the lightning can strike and hit a tree or a transformer and cause power outages. Wind can bring trees and tree limbs down to cause power outages there as well. So we may see a few more of those developing here. I like the trends that I'm seeing right here with that cell that's getting closer to Athens. Still a severe thunderstorm warning. It just doesn't look as intense as it was. We're not seeing as much lightning with that as we did, especially this part going from Stevens County through Franklin County. I really think that that warning should, if it's not about to expire, it probably is expiring at 10:15, so they're just probably going to let it expire, but they probably should cancel that warning because that's not really severe anymore. This is, even though it's not as intense as it was. And then these still very active, North Hall, going into those areas to the north of Hall County, here into Lumpkin County, Lumpkin and White County here. There's Lumpkin into Dahlonega, Dawson County, Pickens County, moving up. Still really intense lightning for those spots in Gilmer County and also Fannin County. Speaking of that, let's go back to these tower cams. This, again, things are should be looking better in Blue Ridge. Not seeing as much lightning here. Well, there's some, but it's not as intense or as frequent as it was a little bit earlier. Still some rain coming down there. And a lot of this lightning is from the distance. It's not necessarily over Blue Ridge right now. Here is our tower cam that is in Lumpkin County. So this is at the University of North Georgia. I know it's really dark here. You can kind of see the buildings. There's their weather station right here. But what really is what you're going to see will be the frequent lightning strikes that we're seeing there in the sky from our tower cam in Dahlonega at the University of North Georgia with all that lightning that's taking place there. Pretty frequent lightning there in Lumpkin County. This is looking northward from Dahlonega, looking northward. So we're seeing the lightning really all around Dahlonega right now with all those flashes of lightning that are coming down. And then here is a look at Athens. I know this is kind of dark as well. This is in the city of Athens. We kind of see the top of a building right here, but we're looking at that lightning that's from the distance. While I have you here, I'm going to gradually move this camera So you can see, right now I'm looking north. Let's look a little bit, oh wow, did you see that right there? You're about to see this lightning kind of come up here. This is looking kind of northwest, where you can see here in just a second the top of the county building, county and city building right here, Athens Clarke County building. And just there you can see all that lightning as we're looking north and west of Athens with those storms that are still prompting the severe thunderstorm warnings there that are in effect in those spots. So plenty of activity there still in Athens. Now let's go back to the radar. And all of that lightning still taking place. And while I'm here, let's do another query. All right, just curious here. I don't really see a lot of reduction. 627, all right, still in the 600s, between 600 and 700. At least it's not 800 like we had earlier, but at 600 to 700 lightning strikes there. Most of it is from this part right here. This part from Gainesville toward Athens is weakening, not as much lightning with that right now, but most of the lightning is from this part right here in Gilmer, Fannin, moving into parts of Pickens County, Dawson County, also into Lumpkin County, moving into North Hall. That's the most intense part of the storm. This is weaker than it was, even though we still have severe thunderstorm warnings there, just not as much lightning there with that right now. So here it is in motion. Let me take the lightning data off just so we can kind of look at not only the lightning count with it, but as you can see, the reds and oranges and yellows still holding together pretty well. It may be thinning up just a little bit, not as much of a large area of all the heavy rain and thunder and lightning. Here, let me get rid of the number there for you. And this part here, again, not as intense as it was. You can see it kind of shrinking up just a little bit, but we're looking for additional weakening trends. Now, this is all pushing toward the south. So this part is about to move into Athens. This part over Gainesville will be moving down into areas of North Gwinnett, into this part of Jackson County, and also into Barrow County with the heavy rain and lightning that's going to be coming in there. And then this part that is in Dawson County and also Lumpkin County still is going to push into northern Forsyth and over Lake Lanier right here. So Lake Lanier is getting some of that heavier rain. They'll be seeing some good thunder and lightning over the lake there too. And then that could push into North Fulton, possibly into Gwinnett County, if this maintains the strength to still be classified as a severe thunderstorm as it moves down toward the south. So North Fulton, Forsyth County, North Gwinnett, I want y'all to get ready for this that's going through Hall right now, about to push down toward the south. And then this up in Dawson County is about to push into Forsyth and into parts of Gwinnett County as well. All right, do we have a new, let's see here. I think they just allowed that one to, all right, let me see the update here from the Weather Service. 10:15. Okay, so this is a new severe thunderstorm warning that they just issued at 10:15 for Gilmer, Murray, Dawson, Pickens, and Fannin. Okay, I thought that was already in effect. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So I believe the one that was going to expire is still a severe thunderstorm warning for those areas there in to the north and west of it, to north of us there, from Tate on up to south of Parksville, on up toward Murray County. So this is a severe thunderstorm near Conasauga Lake to near Cartacay, moving south at 15 miles an hour. This is also not a tour possible. This will be in effect until 11 o'clock as that line continues to move down toward the south. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning. We already have this one here. We also have this one over near Athens, as that storm continues to push down toward the south. And let's look at the lightning with that, because that's where I saw in Athens the lightning count not as high as it was earlier, but all of this still very active, intense thunder and lightning here with those storms from Dawson County up into Gilmer, Fannin County, moving into parts of Murray County. That's pushing down into Pickens County. We'll be moving into the northern parts of Cherokee County in just a bit, with heavy rain and also thunder and lightning continuing to push down toward the south. And this heavy rain about to push into Athens right now. So with those intense storms continuing to move through. So the latest, let me run through these warnings here for you. The latest that we have is this one until 11 o'clock for Dawson, Gilmer, Murray, and Pickens. Then this one for Dawson, Forsyth, Hall, and Pickens until 10:30. This one over near Athens is until 10:45 for Barrow, Clark, Jackson, and Oconee counties. So still very active even at this late night hours. The latest one is not now going to expire until 11 o'clock for Dawson, Gilmer, Murray, and also Pickens counties. Very heavy rain, intense thunder and lightning with these, and winds of around 60 miles an hour, pushing down closer to the city. The trend still is that these should weaken. They may not be weak as they get closer to Atlanta, but they should be weaker as they get closer to Atlanta. The model was actually showing more weakening with this by now than what we're actually seeing happening. So these are still holding together pretty well. I just thought I saw a new thing come in here. No. So that's the weakening trend is really slow to take place. The models were indicating that this should be falling apart a lot faster than they're actually happening. These are still holding together pretty well. So for this potentially to get closer to Atlanta, some North Metro counties, this may hold together still for at least some rain to come in and some thunder and lightning. Whether or not it's going to be severe by the time it gets to Atlanta, I don't think that would be the case, but it'll be plenty of heavy rain, thunder, and lightning pushing here closer to the city. And maybe the National Weather Service would extend some of these warnings into the city, possibly as it gets closer. But the trend is, again, the dynamics of the atmosphere is that these should be weakening, getting closer to us as we've lost some of the heating of the day. Still, though, very hot, 88 degrees here at the 10 o'clock hour, still at 88 degrees. And then pushing down toward the south and continuing to move down to the south, too. Emily, I have a question for you. Am I messing up your ability to code? Okay, let me know. No matter what, I probably am going to have to stop at 10:45 just to kind of reset and get everything ready for our 11 o'clock newscast. But I just wanted to make sure that you're still able to get your job done with me being out here. Okay. So most likely I'll have to come down at 10:45 just so that I can still get ready for the 11 o'clock newscast. All right. I've been talking since 8 o'clock here. So I still have to get ready for the 8 o'clock news, the 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock newscast, and we'll keep watching these. Hopefully that weakening will be taking place, but we'll still have that warning in effect until 11 o'clock for that area north and west of us, including Fannin County, Gilmer County, Murray County, moving into the northern parts here of Pickens County near Tate. Really heavy rain and thunder and lightning moving through those areas. So if you're watching us on streaming right now, thank you for tuning in. You know, we broke away from our coverage on television when the tornado warnings expired, but we wanted to keep our coverage going here streaming, and we want you to know that that is what we plan to do often. That's the good thing about streaming, is that we can get on and talk as long as we want, and if you want to listen to that, it's really easy for you to get it on our streaming platforms. Of course, the easiest way is most likely what you may be watching right now. You might be watching on YouTube right now, or you might be watching on our website, or you might be watching on our apps. The easy thing to do is to download the app on your television and on your phone, the 11 Alive app, and you can watch our streaming products that we have going on just about all day long. Whenever weather is happening, we can get on there and talk about it forever. So you can just tune in and say, hey, let me find out what's happening with weather, and we've got it for you. And that's what we're doing for you here tonight with these storms that are rolling through. And again, here we are at 10:21 right now. We've lost some of the heating of the day. A lot of times these storms are falling apart by now, but these are still holding together pretty well. This part, getting closer to Athens, still is a severe thunderstorm warning. It's not as intense as it was a little while ago. These storms into Gainesville, still very intense. The most intense part of this is still these areas of Fannin and Gilmer County, moving into northern Dawson and into Pickens County. A lot of lightning there with those storms as they drift down toward the south at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. I'm sorry, Emily? Oh, okay. Hey, stand by with me, guys. I'm going to go silent here for just a second. I have to change the battery in my microphone. Don't leave. You're just going to hear me go silent for just a second. We're going to leave the radar up, and then I'll be with you here in just a second. Stand by. Okay, guys, thanks for your patience. Just had to change the battery in my microphone because it was about to die. So thanks for waiting as I did that, because hopefully I want you to hear me, because hopefully I've got some good information or important information to share with you here. Weakening a little bit with those storms, still a severe thunderstorm warning pushing into Athens. These storms going up through Hall County, still intense through Gainesville, into areas of Dawson County, and then this part really intense in Gilmer, and also a little bit of Fannin County, moving into Pickens County. A lot of thunder and lightning there with those, and this is where we still have these severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for those areas. And now, a lot of this is sagging closer to the Atlanta area. Here is that update that we have on the severe thunderstorm warning, or severe thunderstorm watch, actually. You can see Rabun County and also Towns County are no longer in that watch. Earlier, it extended over to Dade and Walker County. That's no longer in effect. So it's really from Murray County over into Whitfield County, Murray County, also Gordon County, Pickens, Cherokee County, Forsyth County. Earlier, this stopped at Hall and Banks County. It did not include these counties on the south side, but now Gwinnett County, Barrow County, also Oconee County, Clark County, and Walton County are included in this severe thunderstorm watch until 1 o'clock in the morning. And that goes northward up into all these counties to the South Carolina line and all these counties in North Georgia, except for Rabun County and also Towns County. This is in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. So Atlanta proper, the city of Atlanta, is not included in that warning, or actually in this watch. But I want you to be aware that these storms are going to be flirting with the North Metro counties if they don't hurry up and fall apart. Still holding together pretty well there, moving in from the north, pushing down toward the south. And it's all part of that disturbed weather that was moving through parts of the Carolinas. But this part of that really extended more over toward the west, and it's including a big part of North Georgia with heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, and some strong winds. We're talking 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts with some of these storms as they continue to move on down to the south. We're hoping to see more weakening trends with this. As of right now, the lightning count has gone down from the 800s to the 600s, but we've been holding in the 600s with this lightning count for a while now. So we're not seeing a lot of weakening with it quite yet, but we should still see more. Let me see if the high resolution rapid refresh has updated, if it's initializing any better here now, because this was actually showing the storms falling apart by now. Okay, so this is still close to what we're watching right now with those storms on the north side, maybe a little more intense here than what's showing up on this model, then extending down closer to Athens. So let me put this into motion here. Let's kind of just walk you through it manually. Still showing that weakening trend, but not totally going away. The other model had it by midnight pretty much all falling apart with just a little bit of green over Atlanta. This is now showing maybe still some of those storms holding together at midnight in Cherokee County, moving into North Fulton, in from Forsyth County, pushing down toward the south. So only take you to 1 o'clock in the morning. This does show it falling apart by 1:30 in the morning, moving into the city of Atlanta. So the high resolution rapid refresh is called high resolution rapid refresh because it refreshes rapidly with our high resolution model data. So it's initializing a little bit better than it did a little bit earlier, but still watching the storm, still expected to fall apart, getting closer to Atlanta as we get closer to the midnight hour as these storms roll in. Let's go back to radar, and I do want to do another lightning count for you. We also have a flash flood warning in effect up in Fannin County. I'll show you that in just a second. This is a look at those areas going over toward Athens. 684. It's actually gone up from last time with the lightning count. And it's still, most of that lightning is with this part right here. We're seeing fewer lightning strikes over around Athens, but still a good bit of lightning. But this still holding together very well there. Now, let me go and show you. Let me take the lightning data off. And we do have a flash flood warning in effect. The green polygon that you see right there, let me plot this for you. And you will see that flash flood warning in effect for parts of Fannin, Gilmer, and Murray County. The green polygon that goes from Cartacay here, this is that area that has seen the heaviest rain. It just seems like it hasn't wanted to give western parts of Gilmer and Fannin County a break. Still heavy rain coming down there right now, and that's where we have the flash flood warning that is in effect. We'll take a look at the rain totals. Okay, yeah. And these rain totals now in the red, showing spots. Why is this not showing it to me? Hold on. Oh, my computer is frozen. That's not good. Emily, you may have to go to, okay, let's see if it's coming up now. Okay, it just unfroze. There we go. Whew, that scared me. These red areas that you see there in western parts of Fannin and in western Gilmer, indicating rainfall totals between 2 and 3, even a little bit over 3 inches. The purple that you see down closer to Cartacay, still a little bit over 2 inches. This purple going into areas of Fannin County, showing around 2 inches of rain. So the Weather Service has issued a flash flood warning in these spots where we have that heaviest rain, especially this part right here, is where we can see some flash flooding occurring with all the runoff from that rain that goes down into low-lying areas and flood-prone areas where we can see water rising there and collecting. So just be aware of that in those areas of those spots of those counties there where we just showed you there into Gilmer, Fannin County, and a little bit of Murray County right there too. No rotation here with these storms right now, but we are continuing to watch everything still holding together. Hold on just a second. Something weird just happened. Okay, we just have a new tornado warning. Gosh, I don't need the, get ready to go on the air here. We're gonna need to go on the air with a tornado warning that is in effect. So let me know when we're on the air. Those of you on streaming, stand by as we get ready to go on the air. We need to go on the air. Oh, up in Pickens County? Okay, so we are contacting our hub to get us on the air. Stand by, but this is a tornado warning that we have right now in Pickens County. It's going to be in effect until 11 o'clock. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Sequoia Lake or near Jasper, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. When we get on air, I'll zoom in a little bit tighter to that so you can see what we're watching again with this tornado warning in effect for parts of Pickens County. I'm waiting for a countdown in my ear. Stand by. We're going on air in just a moment. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb, interrupting your programming again for these strong storms that are moving through. We have a new tornado warning that has just been issued for areas of Pickens County. This is near Jasper right now. You can see as we've zoomed in tighter to this right now where we have this red polygon. It's relatively small, but this is where we have the potential for some rotation. Radar indicating a possible tornado with this. This warning is going to be in effect until 11 o'clock. We do see a little bit of a hook there within our reflectivity. What we're getting in from the National Weather Service, and let me show you our velocity mode right now. And this is showing us in this area right up here near Talking Rock and near Jasper, right here is where we have the potential for some rotation in the northern parts of Pickens County, where we're seeing the winds going toward the radar site and away from the radar site, seeing a bit of that rotation right here just north of Jasper, a little bit to the east of Talking Rock, also north of the Tate area. This is not far off from 108, State Route 108 there, just north of Jasper. I want to move in a little bit tighter here so we can see some additional roads that may show up here. For this area, this is near Highlands Parkway. Also north of Talking Rock Road, right here, there's 108, there's Grandview. So it's right in this area right here where we see this potential rotation that's taking place. There is Carnes Mill and Talking Rock Road right here in Jasper. So this is the potential rotation we're seeing on the north end of Pickens County, north of Jasper. This is moving down toward the south with that potential rotation moving closer to the Jasper area. So if you are in this red polygon right now up in Pickens County, there's that rotation. If you are in Jasper, if you're in Tate, even over near the Nelson area, Nelson, you are just outside of this polygon, but I want you to be in your tornado safe position because Doppler radar is indicating some rotation there just north of Jasper, moving down toward the south. Here is what the National Weather Service is saying. This is going to be in effect until 11 o'clock. We have a severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado located near Sequoia Lake or near Jasper, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. So Sequoia Lake will be just to the north of Jasper, right in this area right here, near 108, where we see this potential rotation that is moving through, and it is moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. This is radar indicated rotation here with that storm. If you're in that area, we want you to take your tornado safe position where you would be in the lowest floor of your house, the centermost part of your house, away from windows, and that will protect you as the storm moves through. Also, if you have a basement, the basement is the best place to go if you're in this area of northern Pickens County into Jasper, and that would be moving down toward Tate. That's along Highway 108. And that could be moving down closer to Highway 5 here. And that's just to the north of where 575 kind of stops right here going into Tate. So this is the area that we're watching for central Pickens County. This is a warning that's going to be in effect until 11 o'clock. We just have a new scan that just came in, still indicating this potential rotation right here, just north of the Jasper area, moving southward. And as I mentioned, it's going to the south at about 15 miles an hour. So I'm going to put a track on this. I need to widen out here just a little bit. And you can see here, I'm going to put a track on this, moving southward at 15 miles an hour. And that would take it into Jasper at 1048, Tate at 1106 if it holds together, and then 1117 would be Nelson, and 1128 Ball Ground. So Nelson and Ball Ground are not included in this warning. You're just outside of the polygon. Tate is in the warning though. If this is an actual tornado, it's radar indicated, not confirmed, but it would move into Tate at 1106 and then Jasper at 1048. It's 1035 right now, so that would be in just a few minutes with that potential rotation moving into the Jasper area and then into Tate at 1106. So I want you to be in your tornado safe positions there in those areas of central Pickens County, where we have this tornado warning that is in effect. This is all part of a complex system that we have been tracking moving through North Georgia. I want you to look here at these storms that are very intense. I'm going to take the lightning off for just a moment so you can see how this is all part of an area of rain and storms that we've been tracking coming out of Tennessee and North Carolina and out of South Carolina. This is all pushing down toward the south. We're seeing these kind of growing here over on the west side. We also have a flash flood warning in effect for parts of Gilmer County and Fannin County. We have rain totals there in this green polygon that you see there, going through Ellijay, Cartacay, and on up into the western parts of Fannin County. Many areas picking up between 2 and over 3 inches of rain in a short period of time. That's causing some flash flooding there. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for those areas too. There is that red polygon indicating the tornado warning that is in effect for those spots of Pickens County. This extends down through Dawson County. You're not in a warning in Dawson County, but you have heavy rain and thunder and lightning there. Additional heavy rain going over Lake Lanier, moving into Gainesville. Then we have another severe thunderstorm warning with this here from Jackson County, moving down into those areas of Jackson County, stretching down into Clark County and Athens, moving down into parts of Oconee County. So multiple warnings here along this line of showers and storms, and a tornado warning that's in effect for Pickens County. Atlanta is at the bottom of your screen. Let me widen out a little bit. And I'm going to put this into motion here so you can see what we have been watching here through the evening hours. We had to break into programming at 8 o'clock tonight for tornado warnings in North Georgia. I have been streaming ever since then on our 11 Alive app on your phone or on your TV, and now we're continuing back here on 11 Alive as we have this tornado warning. I know that's a small polygon, but we've been really focusing in on this line of storms. The atmospheric dynamics tell us that these should be weakening because the temperatures are coming down a little bit, and we have lost the sunshine and the heating of the day, but we're not seeing a lot of evidence of these weakening. They're still holding together pretty well. Our high resolution models are also indicating that these should be weakening as they get closer to Atlanta, but as of right now, we're only seeing slight weakening. So I want everybody here in Atlanta to be aware, even though we don't think these storms will be as strong as they move into Atlanta if they make it here, but we do think we'll have some of the rain and lightning that will be pushing down into Atlanta. In fact, you can see this in northern Forsyth County right now, getting closer to North Fulton. This tornado warning is in Pickens, but I want folks in Cherokee County to know you need to be watching this too as this moves from Pickens County down into Cherokee County, down near closer to 575. So numerous severe thunderstorm warnings to the north, tornado warning in Pickens, other warnings over near the Athens area right now. So let's concentrate here. Oh, let me show you before I get to this. I want to show you the lightning with this, very intense lightning. We have sporadic reports of power outages over North Georgia. Just take a look at this lightning count when I query this before I zoom in closer here to that storm in Pickens County. Lightning count has come back up to near 800. Earlier it was over 800, it went down into the 600s. Now it's back up to 780, plenty of lightning. So this is not showing a lot of signs of weakening at all as we have that intense lightning that's taking place here for those spots in especially Gilmer and Fannin County, moving into Pickens County. Still lightning in Hall, moving into Clark County, but not as much there as what we have up to those areas to the north. So even though all indications are that these storms should weaken, and our high resolution models are showing that they should weaken, we're not seeing a lot of weakening with this. So I want us here in the Atlanta area to be prepared as these storms continue to push down here toward the south. So here is a closer look at what we're watching. I'm going to take the lightning data off just so we can get a closer look at this storm now that we are watching in Pickens County. We do see a little bit of a notch there in the reflectivity. What we've been watching is a bit of rotation up here north of Tate. That is where we have that potential rotation there north of Tate. Doesn't quite look as impressive right now as it did a little bit earlier, but still, here's Jasper here, actually right there near Jasper. This was north of Jasper earlier. Now it's right in this area right here near Jasper and north of Tate where we have this potential rotation right here. So that does look still like we could have rotation with this. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation that we're watching. It's not a confirmation of an actual tornado on the ground, but we've had numerous tornado warnings here tonight in parts of North Georgia and coming out of Tennessee and North Carolina where we've been keeping an eye on potential rotation. We have had some sporadic reports of trees down. As I mentioned, we've had some power outages in spots, but this is the part right here near Jasper at Talking Rock Road, just to the west of Grandview, this part right here along Highway 108. Here's Highway 5 right here, and there's Tate down to the south. This is now pushing toward the south at about 15 miles an hour, where we have Again, potential rotation indicated by Doppler radar with that storm right around 108, between 108 and Highway 5. There's Highway 53 that goes into Jasper right here. There's Cove Road. So that's rotation is to the west of Cove Road, this part right here, as the storm continues to push down toward the south. I'm going to put the lightning data back on because we have a good bit of lightning in and around that storm. And now back to reflectivity, where not only do we have lightning, but plenty of heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and those winds of 60 miles an hour or greater. So this entire part, I can't get over this lightning here between Ellijay and Jasper. Very intense part of that storm, and also heavy rain. And they have a flash flood warning in effect for those areas of Gilmer County and parts of Fannin County there because of all the heavy rain that has come down. I want to dissect this storm a little bit. I showed you the whole area from the north over toward South Carolina. I want to dissect just this part right here, and that's where most of the lightning is. 659 lightning strikes. Earlier, I showed you lightning strikes with a count around 800. That included this. I'm not including that right now. I want to just isolate this part right here where we have the severe thunderstorm warning and the tornado warning, because that is intense lightning. 659 lightning strikes just in that red box right there. That just goes to show you the intensity of, number one, the electricity in association with this, but also the heavy rain, strong winds in association with it, and also the ability for these storms to potentially produce some rotation, and that is what has prompted the tornado warning that we have for those areas of Pickens County. So a lot to watch here with this. I know that this polygon is relatively small. It just is, right here, including the northern parts of Pickens County, there at Jasper going down toward Tate, but that is an intense area of rain and thunder and lightning that we're seeing right now, and that potential for some rotation that's moving through. Let me put this warning up for you so everybody can see it, just in case you missed it earlier. This is a tornado warning for Pickens County that is in effect until 11 o'clock this evening. So we're going to stay on until they either cancel this warning, or if they hold on to it till 11, we'll stay with you through 11, and then of course start our newscast right there at 11 o'clock. So here again is what we're watching with that storm that is on the north side right now, north of Atlanta. So you've got Cherokee County right here, there's Canton, there's 575. So this goes up to right there where 575 goes into Pickens County. So right there at Tate and up toward Jasper is where we have this potential rotation that is moving through those areas. Let's go back to the velocity mode. And we still have it showing up, not your classic red and green kind of coming together, but this is still where we would have that rotation right here around Jasper as this is moving down toward the south. Again, not a confirmation that this is actually touching down or has touched down, but Doppler radar giving us a pretty good signal here of that potential for some rotation moving through. I'm looking at the storm rotation markers here. This might take just a second to populate. Okay, there it is right here. Here's a look at the storm tracks, shear tracks. So this was showing that potential rotation north of Jasper a little bit earlier, and now getting closer to the Jasper area. That's what the blue is showing us. And here's the shear right now, just showing a little bit of that left. So may not be as strong of a rotation right now just north of Jasper, but I don't want you to let your guard down because these storms can ramp up. I'm just going to look really quick here at the debris finder. I'm not really seeing anything that's concerning with that right now too. But this is the main area that we're watching here with that storm right there over Jasper. As you can see, the heavy rain, thunder, and lightning here in association with that, as well as all of the lightning with it too. And that's pushing down toward the south. Okay, did we just see, all right, they just canceled the tornado warning, all right? They just canceled that tornado warning. The National Weather Service is saying that it is canceled. The storm that prompted the warning has weakened below, no longer indicating a tornado threat. So they're canceling the warning, but we want you to be aware, gusty winds and heavy rain are still possible with this thunderstorm, all right? So what I'm gonna do, I know we're at 10:46 right now. I was gonna be with you till 11 o'clock until this warning expired or was canceled. What I'm gonna do, for those of you watching 11 Alive, I'm going to take you back to regularly scheduled programming because the tornado warning was canceled. But as you can see here, this is still very active weather, and this is getting closer to Atlanta. So what I want you to do, if you still want more weather information, number one, since the warning's canceled, tornado warning's canceled, we'll go back to programming on 11 Alive. But I'm going to continue with our live coverage streaming on our 11 Alive app on your phone or on your television. You can download it there. You can also watch on your computer at 11alive.com, watch on your app on your phone as well. And I think we're doing this on YouTube too. So you can continue watching our coverage as we're tracking these storms moving closer to us. You can continue what you were watching on 11 Alive. We'll be back with you at 11 o'clock. Meanwhile, I'm continuing to stream on the 11 Alive app. So download that on your phone or on your TV to keep watching our live continuous coverage. Stay with us, more on the app right now. Now, as we are tracking these strong storms that are still holding together, still very intense storms as they are moving down toward the south. We did just have a tornado warning. That was a short-lived tornado warning. That was for parts of Pickens County. We had some rotation that was indicated near Jasper a little bit earlier, but just as soon as that kind of tightened up a little bit, it weakened a little bit more as well. And we will continue to kind of see here that weakening trend, hopefully, with this storm moving down toward the south. It is still classified as a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning with this that goes down into Cherokee County, from Pickens County into Cherokee County. This is, let me get a little bit tighter here so you can see this area that we're watching. And this is going to be in effect until 11:30. And this is a severe thunderstorm near Tate, or near Jasper, moving south at 30 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour winds with that. They canceled the tornado warning, but what they are saying here with this severe thunderstorm warning, they are saying TOR possible, meaning that we could see rotation developing out of it again, and they may have to upgrade this to a tornado warning. But as of right now, severe thunderstorm warning for Pickens County and also Cherokee County. We also have the warning that is to the north of that. That is supposed to be in effect until 11 o'clock. With that near Ellijay, still plenty of lightning in association with those storms as they continue to move to the south, closer to the Atlanta area. We have some reports of, in Pickens County, tree limbs on power lines at Johnson Road, at Talking Rock Road, and some limbs are actually on fire there. That is in Pickens County. I'm looking to see if any other new updates are in. I don't see anything new with that. But just know that this warning for Pickens County and Cherokee County is not only a severe thunderstorm warning, but they're saying TOR possible with that. So these storms are inching closer and closer to the Atlanta area. And they will continue moving down toward the south. They stretch over toward Athens. Good news with this is that the warnings that we had over on the east side, over in Athens and in Jackson County, Barrow County, and Oconee County, those have expired, and we don't have new warnings with that. So now we just still have heavy rain into those areas of Hall County, Jackson County, Barrow County, Clark County, Oconee County. That's starting to move into North Gwinnett, pushing down into Walton. Heavy rain and thunder and lightning with those. This in Forsyth County and over Lake Lanier, still intense but not classified as severe. So as of right now, the only severe storms we have are these in Pickens and Cherokee, and then these in Gilmer, parts of Fannin, and also into those areas of Murray County as those are moving to the south too. This part of the storm, though, is moving southward. And if these don't weaken anymore, these would actually move into Atlanta within the next hour or so. I do think they'll be weaker by the time they move in here, but I don't think they'll be totally weak, as these should have started giving us more indications of weakening before what we've had out there for right now. So that's going to be what we're watching here as these storms continue to push down to the south. Some of these may hold together coming into Atlanta, but we don't think they'll be as strong in Atlanta as they were up on the north side just a little bit earlier. So these storms continue to push down toward the south and getting closer to Atlanta. Severe thunderstorms here on the north side, moving down closer to the city. Now, what I've been doing is I've been keeping an eye on these lightning counts because what we look for these sometimes are signs of weakening or lower counts, meaning, indicating some weaker storms. So right now the lightning count is at about 621. Earlier it was at 800. So we hope to see this lightning count continue to come down here just a little bit more. And that would be a sign of weakening before they get to the Atlanta area. But they're still holding together pretty well here, pushing down toward the south here of our area. So that's what we're watching right now with these storms pushing into and closer to the metro Atlanta area. I'm going to put this into motion, and you can see these areas that we're watching. So I'm encouraged that we don't have any new warnings here with this, even though that lightning looks like it's ramping back up again over and south of Athens, moving through Oconee County. That's going to be pushing down closer toward Lake Oconee here in just a little bit. Also, those storms still with intense lightning here on the north side, as well as not only do we have severe thunderstorm warnings there, but also a flash flood warning that is in effect for those spots in Gilmer County and parts of Fannin County. Moving in, let me take the lightning off, and we'll go here. So this is the green color that you see right here from Cartacay on up into areas of Gilmer County and Fannin County. That green that you see there is a flash flood warning where we have rainfall estimates between 2 and 3.5 inches, maybe even up to 4 inches in some spots, because that rain just keeps training over the same areas. And of course, plenty of lightning there too. We do have some reports of power outages scattered over North Georgia. And these storms continuing to push a little bit closer here to the metro area. I'm not sure if our producers are in the control room. So I need to take a break at some point before the 11 o'clock. I don't know if we can just leave radar up, if our digital team can do that from Max 4. And just for the next 4 to 5 minutes, keep this on radar just so I can get reset here for the 11 o'clock show. I know that we told everybody on streaming to hang with us here, that we will continue doing this, but I do have to take a bit of a break to reset, get some cameras set for our tower cams so that we can look at, and also just kind of analyze this a little bit more here before I go on the air at 11. So if our digital team is okay with that, to maybe switch our feed over to Max 4 to have radar looping, or actually if we can just, well, I guess they have to do that on radar there. So we'll do that, and we will, actually, I'll go ahead and come down right now on streaming just so that we can get reset here for our 11 o'clock show. We're going to keep the radar up here. You'll see the warnings that we have out there right now, and you'll be able to see what we've got going on as I reset everything, getting ready for the 11 o'clock show, and to drink some water too. Thanks for watching this stream. We'll keep the radar up for you. Stay with us. We'll have more continuing coverage at the top of the hour on 11 Alive News at 11. We continue our live streaming coverage tracking these storms that are moving from the north to the south. They're on the north side of the city right now, moving into North Fulton County and moving into parts of Gwinnett County here with this cluster of storms with a lot of thunder and lightning here with that. They extend over to south of Athens along I-20 into parts of Morgan County and also into areas of Greene County. And then it curves up, as we mentioned, these storms on the north side, and then moving up still to parts of Gilmer County, Fannin County, Gordon County, southern parts of Whitfield and Murray County in on some of that heavier rain too. I'm going to zoom in to all of these areas that we are concerned about. These storms just don't want to end. The dynamics of the atmosphere should be suggesting that these storms are weakening. They are a little bit weaker now than they were earlier, but here we are at 11:30 at night. We've lost some of the heating of the day, and these storms are still firing up. And we've got a lot of lightning here with these storms and heavy rain and thunder and lightning in association with them, and some winds in some of the severe storms around 60 miles an hour. So I'm first going to zoom in to this one cell right here where we have the severe thunderstorm warning, all right? I'm going to take the lightning data off for just a second so you can see what we're talking about here with the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for these areas of Cherokee County, Forsyth County, Fulton County, and also Gwinnett County. So you can see it extending up into Cherokee right here. Now, the heaviest part of this is over North Fulton County, into the southern parts of Forsyth County, extending over into Gwinnett County. This area right here, and that yellow polygon, is where we have this severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be in effect until midnight tonight. The main threats with this system are winds of 60 miles an hour. Hail is possible with these storms, as well as all of the heavy rain that we're watching. I'm going to put the lightning back on, though, and look at that. We'll do a lightning count just on this one cell that we're watching there that covers North Fulton and over into Gwinnett County. This is not all over North Georgia like we were showing you a little bit earlier. This is just for this one part that we have in the severe thunderstorm warning. We've got 386 lightning strikes just in the past 15 minutes out of this system here that we're watching right now. And again, that is a severe thunderstorm warning. We do not have any indication with rotation out of this, but some of the storms earlier did have some rotation with them. And it's not out of the question that at any time we can see some rotation developing with that. They do not have, the National Weather Service does not have a TOR possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning, if that makes you feel any better. But I know it's unsettling here at 11:30 at night, 11:37 actually, and you're trying to go to bed, and it's pounding rain outside your window, and you've got all the thunder and lightning, almost constant thunder and lightning that is pushing down toward the south, getting closer to Atlanta. So here is the city of Atlanta. Here's the north end of the perimeter. The heaviest part is up 400 toward Roswell with that really heavy rain over North Fulton, extending over into Gwinnett County, right there at the 985 and 85 split, including Sugar Hill, the Beaufort area, Lawrenceville, Duluth. You're included in that as well. These storms were heavy up to the north. They've already pushed down toward the south. So Gainesville, you're getting a break right now. Lake Lanier, most of Lake Lanier is getting a break. Still, the south end of Lake Lanier is dealing with not only rain, but also a lot of thunder and lightning here with that cell as it continues to push down toward the south very slowly. We'll put this into motion, and you can see how it is moving down toward the south. It's almost like this lightning count coming out of Forsyth County and Cherokee County actually started ramping up again with these storms into North Fulton and also into Gwinnett. And that's why the National Weather Service issued this warning here. Back to live mode. And I'll move up here. This one is interesting here, as we did have a severe thunderstorm warning coming out of Pickens County going into Cherokee. That part has weakened a little bit. These, though, are firing up there north of Jasper into areas of western parts of Gilmer County. And then this is another very small severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Whitfield County, Murray County, moving into northern Gordon County. This is another severe thunderstorm warning there with winds of 60 miles an hour, a smaller area of intense rain, and also some lightning. Now, I want to show you this. Notice these green polygons that you see right here. These are flash flood warnings. I want to show you the different warnings that we have. This one for Gilmer and Pickens County is in effect until 5:15 in the morning. And then this one is for Fannin, Gilmer, and Murray County. It is in effect here for until 4:30 in the morning. Again, with all the heavy rain that we've had coming down, that is where we have the potential for 3 to 4.5 inches of rain coming down, and that is causing some flash flooding in spots there in those counties of Gilmer County, also into areas of Fannin County and pushing down into parts of Pickens County. Let me look at this one again as well. They are putting the considerable tag on those warnings up into Fulton, not Fulton, but into Gilmer and Fannin. Let me see if this is that part of it there. So that means that there could be some considerable impacts and considerable damage possible from flooding in those areas where we're seeing that intense rain that has been moving through, and more rain is on the way there too. The good news is over to the east of us, these were also severe earlier as they were moving through those areas down toward Athens. Still heavy rain along I-20 into parts of Morgan County and also into Greene County, but those are not severe anymore. Those have weakened a little bit. Still heavy rain and thunder and lightning that is moving through the area. But this is the strongest one that we're watching right now out of Cherokee County, southern Forsyth, parts of Gwinnett County, as this is settling in over North Fulton, Roswell getting hit with some heavy rain, and that's going to keep pushing down toward the city of Atlanta. Let me show you some tower cams now. This first one I want to show you here, I believe, is our camera at Northside Hospital. Yes. So, of course, it's dark out there. We don't have any rain at 285 and 400 yet, but I've pointed this toward the north so you can see this lightning that we're talking about up in North Fulton County, where we do have the severe thunderstorm warning. It is almost, very frequent lightning, almost constant lightning, but we do have some breaks here and there between some of those strikes. But this is how much lightning we have in association with these storms. And the storm hasn't even made it into or to the perimeter yet, which is, again, Northside Hospital. There's the King and Queen building. This is 400 going north into North Fulton County. And in North Fulton County is where we have that severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. I'm looking to see if I have anything new here coming in. We are getting some damage reports out of Hall County, Banks County. We have some flooding reports that have been moving through there in those areas up at Cox Creek, out of its banks at Penland Street and Tower Road in Banks County. So very active weather still going on, but I just wanted you to see this lightning here that we're watching. Here is another look from Truist Park. No rain coming down at Truist Park right now, but it's going to be coming in pretty soon. This is looking more over toward the west. We're not seeing lightning in that direction, but we do see some occasional flashes from storms that are over here, over in this direction. And we'll see, again, some of that rain coming in, most likely into Truist Park in just a little bit. This is our tower cam that is in the University of North Georgia in Dahlonega. I know this is really dark here. You can see the antennas flashing and a little bit of the ground right here. But we were seeing a lot more intense lightning in Lumpkin County earlier. We're not seeing as much. This is just showing some flashes there from the distance with not as much going on out there right now. We may have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go back to radar, and I'll show you these areas that we're watching right here where, okay, this is still nothing new. Okay, this is not a new severe thunderstorm warning here. Let me see what this is, hold on. Oh, I see, okay. So that was not from the Weather Service, that was from another thing that was delayed. So again, very heavy rain moving through those spots, and lightning and thunder with these two, and this severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for those areas of North Fulton County and also into Cherokee County, Forsyth County, and over into Gwinnett County. This is the heavy rain that's moving through that area right now. We're seeing the lightning count kind of building back up. Since I reset this, that lightning count is building back up. Let me show you again for that area what we've been watching there. You're not seeing as much showing up here on the radar or on the lightning count, but we've got 381 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. Still a lot of lightning here with that storm, and more lightning is generating out there from it now. This moves over to Loganville and Walton County, where we have the heavy rain and thunder and lightning with that storm as well, as this is all pushing down toward the south. Now, you see that lightning. I'm going to take this off for a moment. What we're watching for here is any signs or signals that this is showing signs of weakening. And the only thing that I see is we still have really heavy rain in that severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be interesting to see if the National Weather Service is going to issue another warning as this moves down to the south toward the city of Atlanta, or if this is going to be evidence of the weakening that we've been expecting out of the system is hopefully getting into gear now, and we're going to see more of that weakening coming in. I do see some thinning out, like right up here. This was pretty intense in Forsyth County a little while ago and into Cherokee County. Now that it's moving through North Fulton, still very intense with heavy rain, but it's not as big of a storm as it was just a little bit earlier. These storms up in Pickens County near Jasper, still heavy rain with those, not as intense as they were earlier. This part from North Fulton going into Gwinnett is still pretty impressive. Still very wide area of rain, heavy rain along there with that. That's also pushing toward the south to the southern parts of Gwinnett County, moving into DeKalb County, over toward Walton. That's going to push into Rockdale County and the rest of DeKalb County here in just a little bit. So those are just some of the signs that I'm watching for with any kind of indications that maybe we'll finally see some weakening out of that. But still, this is all pretty impressive. With very heavy rain coming down. We also still have that severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Murray County and also Whitfield County moving into Gordon County. That's a small warning, but still intense rain going on with that there. In fact, as I put the lightning back on, you can see all the intensity of those constant flashes there, still with that storm coming south of Ellijay, and then all of this right here in the severe thunderstorm warning, even though what looks like that area of rain is shrinking up a little bit more, it's not ending. We still have plenty of lightning with that storm, which is here over on the north side, and not as much lightning getting over toward Lake Oconee. Here's the north end of Lake Oconee right there in Greene County, north of I-20 here. And then as you go south of I-20, still some heavier rain coming down in those areas. Also moving down into parts of Putnam County, where we have some heavy rain that's going to be pushing there in a little bit. So some lightning on the north end of Lake Oconee. Hopefully nobody's out on the lake at this time of night anyway. Athens has cleared out. Still some lightning left behind here, even though it's behind the rain, but this is still very intense right here, coming through North Fulton County, Gwinnett County, southern parts of Forsyth County, and that is closing in on the city. In fact, we're beginning to see not only lightning from a distance here with these storms over on the north side, but now the lightning is coming in to the north end of 285. So Northside Hospital is right here. I'm going to go back to that shot in just a minute here that's looking up toward the north, and we're probably going to see a lot more lightning there. But now even lightning not just in the distance, but also coming in on the north side of the perimeter. Plenty of heavy rain, lightning over it, covering a big part of Gwinnett County. Heavy rain, thunder, and lightning from West Gwinnett over into central Gwinnett County, really all of Gwinnett County getting hit heavy. That's going to be moving into Snellville here in just a little bit on the south side, so it's about to move in there with all the heavy rain too. Also, here's Truist Park right here. Let me show you the tower cam that I just showed you a little while ago. This is our tower cam at Northside Hospital looking northward, all right? Dark, yep. But what we're watching here is in the sky, those flashes of lightning, very intense. That one looked like it was close by here. And that's where I just showed you on our radar and lightning detection system. We were seeing a couple of lightning strikes right there on the north end of the perimeter, right at 400. So lightning is not only in the distance, whoa, all right? We saw that flash and then the streak in between the King and Queen building there out in the distance. So the lightning is getting more intense through North Fulton County, now about to move inside the perimeter with the thunder and lightning and heavy rain that's going to be pushing in too. All right, there you see those flashes getting a little more numerous, a little more frequent here as that area of rain and thunderstorm activity continues to push in. I also want to show you Truist Park. And what I'm going to do is, so right now, I'm going to actually move this camera here for you live. So you can kind of see what we're watching at Truist Park. And I'm actually going to move the camera looking over toward the core of those storms, which is actually a little bit more to the east of Truist Park. So I'm going to tilt up a little bit and then look over a little bit more. So this is looking westward, and I want to look more northwest and north here as we look over to those storms that are more active here as we get into North Fulton. Let me go over just a little bit more, and you'll be able to see all that lightning that's flashing there. Ooh, wow. So that's just showing how active everything is with those storms. And if you're in Atlanta, you may not be seeing rain yet inside the city, but you may be seeing those flashes of lightning outside your window from the lightning that's about to move into the city. So it is very active right now with that thunder and lightning over the city. I want to show you another tower cam. This is our tower cam on the DeKalb Fulton County line that is looking westward. And that tower cam is not picking up as much lightning. Most of the lightning is going to be off camera over in this direction right here, but we're going to see more of that lightning flashing here over the city. As we see some of that rain, that does look like it's going to make it into the city. Maybe not as intense as it has been over on the north side. And then I also want to look at the airport. They don't have any departure delays right now. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if they have to issue a ground stop in Atlanta, not even if it's not just raining at Hartsfield-Jackson, but because of the storms nearby. Some of the planes may have to be diverted, or they may have to kind of hold a ground stop for other areas in other cities, for other flights that are trying to come to Atlanta. So here is a look at that area of rain that we were hoping and anticipating would weaken by the time it got into Atlanta, but these things just don't want to give up. They're not really weakening that much right now. That intense rain is still over the north side of the city, stretching over into Gwinnett County, where we have the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect, and that's going to keep pushing into the city with that heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. We have reports of power outages scattered around parts of North Georgia. Due to the lightning, due to some trees down, we have some flooding reporting in some spots too. So this system has really been overperforming as it's been coming in from Tennessee and North Carolina. The models were indicating that it would weaken. It's not doing that a lot right now. Still holding together, pushing into the city. I do think the weakening trend will kind of ramp up a little bit more and will start to weaken a little bit more as it pushes through the city and down on the south side. But for all of us here in Metro Atlanta, you're going to be hearing thunder. You're going to be seeing some lightning. You're going to be experiencing some rain, but hopefully that's going to start letting up here just a little bit more as these storms continue to push down toward the south. I do see maybe a little bit of maybe not as much lightning. Let's do a count on that. Earlier, do y'all remember what we had earlier? Hold on, let me put that into live mode. I believe it was over 500 just out of this here. Now we got about 279. So still a lot of lightning, just not as much as what we had earlier. And most of this lightning is clustered right here from Roswell, stretching down toward the north end of the perimeter, going up 400 toward the Roswell area. That's where most of this is clustered. Cody, you got something?
Yeah, so Pickens County, multiple trees down in Pickens County. They also have damage to the monument on Main Street in downtown Jasper. They don't know what caused the monument to come down.
Interesting.
They're accessing damaged structures at this point in the downtown area.
Okay, downtown Jasper, a monument damage there.
It's the monument
that
on
came,
Main Street.
the monument on Main Street. That is where we did have a tornado warning earlier with some rotation. We're not saying that that's what caused the damage, and they're saying they don't know that that's what caused the damage either. You mentioned also the damage. What was the first thing you said?
Pickens County,
Pickens.
multiple reports of trees down.
Trees down, okay.
Hall County's also reporting multiple trees down across.
And we have Banks County with Cox Creek coming out of its bank there. So some damage is being reported from strong winds. We have lightning, we have power outages. So again, here in our area, North Fulton County, there at Roswell, again down to the perimeter, where we have this cluster of lightning that's very intense. that is pushing down. It's going to be inside the perimeter in just a little bit. This other bit of intense lightning is in the southern parts of Forsyth County, moving into, again, parts of North Fulton and into Gwinnett right here, from Duluth over toward Lawrenceville, and then to the east of Lawrenceville, where we have this really heavy rain that is coming down, and also the intense lightning that's moving in with that too. I'm looking to see if anything new is coming in right now. Let me see from the National Weather Service chat. I'm in contact with the National Weather Service. Okay, this is an encouraging sign. The National Weather Service is now issuing, they just did this just a few minutes ago, issuing what they call a special weather statement for Cherokee, Cobb, DeKalb, Gwinnett, and North Fulton, where instead of issuing a new severe thunderstorm warning, they're issuing a special weather statement showing storms that are just below severe limits. Still with this, moving from Gwinnett into DeKalb County, winds are 40 to 50 miles an hour. In order for a storm to be classified as severe, it would have to have winds of 57, 58 miles an hour or greater, along with, or hail an inch in diameter or larger. So right now, by the fact that they're not reissuing or issuing a new severe thunderstorm warning here, as this moves to the south, they're issuing a special statement. That's a good sign that they are seeing some potential weakening with this, but still, when I say weakening, I don't mean weak. It still has winds of 40 to 50 miles an hour. It still has heavy rain. It still has a lot of lightning, but this is just what we've been waiting to hear and to observe, is to finally see some weakening happening with these storms. And maybe we're seeing that happening out there right now, but still plenty of lightning in North Fulton over into Gwinnett County. That's all about to push into the city. As Cody mentioned a few moments ago, we have numerous reports of damage up in Pickens County near Jasper. We have flooding that's taking place in parts of northern Pickens County, moving into parts of Gilmer and Fannin County with the considerable flash flood warning that is in effect, with the potential for some considerable impacts there. And then still watching these showers and storms that are pushing into the metro Atlanta area. Also, this out north of Putnam County and Greene County, really heavy rain and thunder and lightning with that out I-20 in parts of Greene County. And then still into Walton County, lightning, the heaviest part right now from Gwinnett County, southern Forsyth County, Fulton County, into parts of Cherokee County. And this is all settling in now on the north end of the perimeter with all of that lightning that's moving in. Let me take you back to the Northside Hospital camera. And this is where we have, again, looking northward up 400 from Northside Hospital. This is at 285 and Georgia 400. You can see here all of these flashes of lightning, pretty intense lightning with those storms that are pushing in from North Fulton into the north end of the perimeter, including parts of North DeKalb County, over near Dunwoody, over towards Sandy Springs. Some of that lightning is starting to get a little bit more intense here. And the rain is going to start getting heavier right now, as that leading edge of the rain right now is just about to push in to the north side of the perimeter. And again, you can see those flashes of lightning here too. I did move the Truist Park camera to look a little bit more toward the north and also to the east. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the University of North Georgia camera, which is a lot calmer out there right now. This is our tower cam at Truist Park. I'm looking more to the north and east toward that core of the heaviest rain, and all that thunder and lightning, and you can see the intensity and the frequency of those lightning flashes. And of course, folks near those lightning flashes are hearing the thunder in association with it too. So I hope wherever you are right now in North Fulton County or in Gwinnett County, you are in a place that is sturdy and secure, just because of the heavy rain, thunder, and lightning and wind here with these storms that are moving through. I wouldn't want anybody outside in a backyard or walking on a street or anything like that. You need to be inside here as these storms are really getting a little more intense here, especially coming in on the north end of the perimeter. Let's go back to this tower cam because this was, again, this is looking to the west from DeKalb County, looking westward toward the city. We are beginning to see a little bit more of that lightning, more evident here. Most of the core of the lightning is over off on this side, but we're seeing, again, a lot of these flashes. Whenever it's dark and you have a storm that's happening, you can see lightning from really far away. And that's what we're kind of seeing there, and flashes in the sky from some of those flashes that are in the distance. But in not too long, we're going to see more of that rain and more of the showers and storms moving in. Here's another good sign that we have, where the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center are taking counties out of the severe thunderstorm watch. It is still holding on for these counties in Gwinnett, Barrow County, Oconee County, Clark County, also Walton County. Also, the severe thunderstorm watch is holding on for Forsyth County, Cherokee County, Pickens, Dawson, Gilmer, Murray County, Whitfield County, and also Gordon County. So they've taken a lot of counties out north and also to the east of the city, and it never was in effect on the south side. I don't think they're going to expand that to include any more counties like in the city, even though we do have a severe thunderstorm warning on the north side in North Fulton. We are hoping that we will see that trend continuing of these storms trying to weaken just a little bit more as they push down toward the south. Here's another look at what we're watching here with these stronger storms. You know, still pretty impressive looking with a lot of really heavy rain that goes back to North Cobb now, and it's going to be pushing into central Cobb County. It's now from North Fulton now into this north side of the perimeter, north DeKalb, along the DeKalb and Gwinnett County line. Things are getting a little quieter now in Sugar Hill and Beaufort and up near the Mall of Georgia there at the 85 and 985 split. Heavier from Lawrenceville south down toward Lilburn and Snellville and into Loganville there in Walton County, where we still have that really heavy rain that's coming down right now. But did you notice something here? The severe thunderstorm warning expired at midnight. So that is a good sign that what we're seeing on the south side is not classified anymore as severe. So no new severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued. We're going to keep an eye on these, even though these are still intense. As I mentioned earlier, the National Weather Service is now, issuing what they call a special weather statement. Instead of it being a new warning, because the storm is below severe limits, with winds of less than 57 miles an hour now, but still winds of 40 to 50. So it's just below what we would classify as a severe thunderstorm, with that heavy rain, thunder and lightning, strong wind, but just below what we would classify as a severe thunderstorm warning. Still intense rain, intense lightning on the north side. That's all about to move into the city. Even though we don't have the severe thunderstorm warning anymore, I'm going to hang with you here on streaming for a little while longer to see how this storm does as it moves inside the city. It's now pushing inside the perimeter on the north side, and it's already moved inside the perimeter there at Spaghetti Junction at 85 and 285 there in DeKalb County. This heavy rain extends down to the DeKalb and Gwinnett County line, moving over into Gwinnett County. All right, so this is one of the heaviest parts right here. That intense lightning still happening in North Cobb, pushing down closer to Marietta and right here into Sandy Springs. Truist Park is right here. I'll take you back to that camera in just a minute. We'll be able to see that rain coming in. We also have our north side camera right here. The heavy rain knocking on the door there, about to move inside the perimeter. And then this heavy rain into DeKalb County, Gwinnett County, central Gwinnett down to South Gwinnett, from Lawrenceville down to Snellville, getting rocked with heavy rain and thunder and lightning. That extends over into Walton County, over toward Monroe, moving into northern Rockdale County, also into those northern parts of, as we mentioned, Walton County, into parts of Newton County too. Over to the east of Conyers with that heavy rain moving in. So this is the heaviest part. It is drifting down toward the south. It's going to be pushing in to the city here in just a little while. The good news is, though, we have seen signs of not a lot of weakening, but at least some weakening. Not as intense as these storms were a little while ago. And the fact that the Weather Service is not issuing any new severe thunderstorm warnings is also a good sign that we do see some of that weakening. But look at all of this lightning. It's just crazy lightning that we're dealing with out there, and even some of the lightning still lingering back here behind the area of rain. So as you're trying to go to bed tonight, you're not only hearing the heavy rain outside your window in North Fulton and North Cobb County and into DeKalb and into Gwinnett County, stretching into Rockdale County and into Walton County, but you're also hearing a lot of thunder, and you're seeing flashes of lightning outside your window. And this is some really heavy rain that is coming down right now. In fact, let me look at some of the rain totals that we have in the city or within some of this. And first off, there in Gwinnett County and in North Fulton, here's a look at some of these totals here in North Fulton, about an inch. In South Gwinnett, a ½ inch to an inch. That right there near Sugar Hill, that purple color, is showing 2 inches of rain. So many areas in Gwinnett County picking up between a ½ inch and 2 inches of rain. And then let me take you up here into Pickens County, Gilmer County. This is where we have that flash flood warning that's in effect. Look at some of these totals here. For near Jasper, we have 4.5 inches of rain. Over near Ellijay and Cartacay, 3.5 inches of rain, 3 to 3.5 inches of rain. Up into parts of Fannin, Gilmer County there, the western part, 2.5 to 3 inches of rain. That's why they have a flash flood warning in those areas of those counties where you see that heaviest bit of rain. So those are the green polygons that you see here where we have flash flood warnings in effect. And the National Weather Service upgraded the warning to considerable tag, meaning that the damage could be considerable or the impacts could be considerable, where we have had already reports, not just the possibility of flooding, but the reports of flooding in these spots, in low-lying areas, creeks and streams, getting more rain coming into them. This is not letting up either. South of Dalton, moving into Calhoun and Gordon County, really intense thunder and lightning with this. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me see if they've updated this one right here. Okay, I believe they just did at 12:03. Gordon, Murray, and Whitfield County. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning. So one of them did expire earlier, but now they just issued another one. This is going to be in effect until 12:30 for Gordon, Murray, and Whitfield. Intense storm there, pushing down toward the south into parts of Gordon County, coming out of Whitfield and southern Murray. This is the more intense part of it, thunder and lightning and strong winds. The National Weather Service is saying that with this storm here, we have winds of 60 miles an hour and the potential for some quarter-size hail. And that is moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. So these are relatively slow movers, but it's a very intense storm there in northwest Georgia. And now here, this is what's moving in now inside the perimeter. While I'm here, let's do another query of the entire area of these storms right here. And this is showing us about 267 lightning strikes. That is an improvement. That is a lower lightning count than what we had a little bit earlier, which is hopefully an indicator that we do see some weakening with this, but still 267 lightning strikes just in this screen here in this red box. That is still a lot of lightning. We have the heavy rain coming into around Covington along I-20 into Newton County. Walton County right here, heavier rain extending down on the west side of Walton, just to the west of Monroe, pushing into the northern parts of Rockdale. These in Gwinnett, south of Lawrenceville now, the heaviest rain is in the southern part of the county. Still a lot of thunder and lightning nearby, a big area of Gwinnett County. And then also moving into DeKalb, heavy rain along the east side of the perimeter, north end of the perimeter, Dunwoody, Sandy Springs, moving up into North Fulton, northern parts of Cobb County, very heavy rain coming down there. So here's another look at our tower cams in these areas. I just got a damage report here. Other damage scattered around parts of North Georgia and also some flooding spots as well. So here is a look at our tower cams. This is our tower cam at Northside Hospital. Okay, so remember a few minutes ago, we were looking at the King and Queen building. You can barely see it because of that rain coming down so hard. Visibility is reduced, very heavy rain there, and thunder and lightning. A lot of lightning on the north side of the perimeter with this heavy rain that's coming down right now. This is the heaviest part of the storm coming down there between, again, 285 and Georgia 400 looking northward. Here is a look at our tower cam at Truist Park. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. This is from our tower cam west of the city on the DeKalb County Fulton line looking westward toward the city. You can see some of that thunder and lightning. I clicked the wrong one. This is Truist Park. coming up after the University of North Georgia, right here. Okay, so this is Truist Park. I'm going to move this back toward the actual ballpark because the rain, actually the lights are on there. We might be able to see the rain a little bit better as I move back over, but I wanted you to see here, I had pointed it in this direction. Whoa, look at that lightning. I had pointed it over toward the north and west so we could get a better look at the lightning here, but I think we'll still be able to see the lightning here from this view, but I want to get you to the actual park here because the lights are on there and you can see the intensity of the rain coming down right now at Truist Park. I don't see the tarp on the field. They usually do that even when there's no game just to kind of keep I guess they want the grass to still be watered, but this is some really heavy rain coming down there on Truist Park right now. And let me also look up really quick, even though we don't have rain coming down at Hartsfield-Jackson, I want to see if we have a ground stop, even though the rain's not coming down over Hartsfield-Jackson. Sometimes they will issue a ground stop just with rain nearby. So no, nothing for Hartsfield-Jackson right now. Here is a look at the airport though, and you can see how it is still dry. Right now, visibility is still looking pretty good at Hartsfield-Jackson. You can see the tower, runways and taxiways are dry right now, but we may see some of this rain make it down to Hartsfield-Jackson in just a little bit. So let's go back to radar, and you'll see these areas that we're talking about here on the north side, still very intense, heavy rain and a lot of lightning with it. This lightning extending up into northern Cobb, into the southern parts of Bartow County right there, also into Cherokee County. This is starting to push out of Cherokee County, more of this into North Cobb, along 75, all the way down 75 here, from North Cobb all the way into the perimeter. If you're driving on that section, it's raining the whole time there. Also heavy rain in central North Fulton right here on the north end of the perimeter. Sandy Springs going into Dunwoody there in North DeKalb. Then the east side of the perimeter, very heavy rain, thunder and lightning here along the DeKalb-Gwinnett line. And now central and southern Gwinnett has the heaviest rain. That extends over into Walton County, northern parts of Rockdale, also into areas of Newton County. I'm now hearing thunder outside of our building here as the thunder and lightning here is coming in here as well. I'm going to do something here for you. I'm going to show you, I need to walk over and kind of change one of the remotes here. I'm going to show you this tower cam. This is our tower cam, as we've been telling you, in DeKalb County, right, the DeKalb County line, looking back toward the city. And you can see those lightning flashes getting a little more intense. I want to show you another one. This is our tower cam. Oh, wow, I'm hearing that lightning really, really intense now. This is our tower cam in Midtown, looking southward toward the city. And we are beginning to see some of that rain and some of the lightning getting a little bit more intense here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move this tower cam and point it up toward Buckhead. All right, you're seeing all the heavy, all the lightning there with that. This is going to be a fast move here. But this is going to be getting us looking more toward Buckhead, which is on the north side where we're going to be seeing more of that rain that's going to be coming in here at any moment now. So this is the Buckhead skyline right there. I know it's kind of hard to see. We've got some raindrops on the lens. Ooh, look at that lightning, okay? So wow, this is what many people are experiencing here on the north side. Very heavy rain, intense thunder and lightning with that. And you're hearing the thunder, you're seeing the lightning, you're experiencing the rain coming in to the city right now. Hold on for a drink of water. Okay, so there is that thunder and lightning here from our tower cam here in Midtown. This is on top of our tower here at the station, our broadcast tower, and it's looking up toward Buckhead, where you can see all this intense lightning. These cameras sometimes have a hard time at night, especially with these flashes of lightning. That's why you see things maybe looking a little kind of digitized here as we're getting those flashes of lightning. But I just kind of wanted to show you that because of the intensity of the lightning that is now coming into the city Again, we've seen some weakening, but they're not weak. All right, very intense rain and thunder and lightning continuing to push into the city. And guys, this still looks impressive here. Look at that, heavy rain. Still in North Cobb, we have a cluster of lightning around Ackworth there at Allatoona Lake, stretching back into parts of East Cobb, still into North Fulton, and the north end of the perimeter here is where we have some of that heavier rain. Also around Truist Park, there around our tower cam at Northside Hospital. Also inside the perimeter up 85, so we're just north of the 85 and the downtown connector, the split right here. Our station is right here. We're really hearing the thunder right now. We're going to have the heavy rain about to push into our area, north DeKalb and really all of DeKalb, east DeKalb into South Gwinnett. The heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. This still holding together, heavy rain in western parts of Walton County, just west of Monroe, stretching down into northern parts of Newton County near Covington, Rockdale County. Very heavy rain, thunder, and lightning in association with all of that activity too. And this is drifting to the south. It's not moving that much at all. The good news is it has weakened slightly just because the National Weather Service hasn't issued any new severe thunderstorms with it. They are issuing what they call special weather statements because winds are still at 40 to 50 miles an hour. In order for it to be severe, winds would have to be 57, 58 miles an hour or greater, along with hail an inch in diameter. We're just not meeting those qualifications right now, even though you're most likely, many of you are hearing loud stuff outside your window right now. And you might be wondering, why is there not a crawl at the bottom of the screen telling us about warnings? We don't have any warnings out there right now. It's just this really heavy rain and thunder and lightning that's moving through, and it's very intense rain, and it's very intense and frequent lightning that continues to move through. Right now, the strongest part is this part right here on the north end of the perimeter and inside the perimeter, bearing down on the city right now. It was intense moving through North Fulton from Alpharetta to Roswell a little while ago. Now the back edge is already south of Roswell, but this still extends up into Cobb County, up 75 north through Marietta, going up into the split here of 75 and 575 and 75. Heavy rain and lightning up around Ackworth right now. Continuing to push slowly down toward the south, maybe at about 15 miles an hour. So if you're getting heavy rain, you're going to have heavy rain for a bit of time before it pushes down toward the south. I really hope that we will see additional weakening as this moves through the city and pushes down south of I-20. Again, I'm encouraged by the fact that we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings in effect anymore. It is possible that a couple of these storms could ramp up still, and we could see some severe thunderstorm warnings. It's also not out of the question, even though the chances are much lower now, but it's not out of the question that we can maybe see still some individual areas of rotation developing. I just, don't think that we really have everything needed for us to have a real, tornado developing. But we have had some rotation developing within any of these cells earlier that were to the north, but now that they're through the city, hopefully they will continue that weakening trend. But we have the sporadic lightning over to the east of us right now. Still some good amounts of lightning in Walton County down into the Newton County area, as well as South Gwinnett, still dealing with some lightning. But the most frequent areas of lightning that we see right now and the most intensity of lightning is here's Atlanta right here. There's I-20. We just have a new lightning strike there. If you're in that area, you're about to hear thunder. I just heard it. And we're going to see north of the downtown connector here, where the split is, north of that over Buckhead, pushing into areas along the north end of the perimeter, getting into our Northside Tower Cam, our Truist Park Tower Cam. We're getting that heavy rain and intense lightning, and that extends up into those areas of Cobb County as well. So speaking of where we're seeing the most intense part of the lightning and heavy rain coming down right now, let's go back to our Tower Cam. They're in right at Northside Hospital. You can kind of see the King and Queen building a little bit better. Earlier when we looked at this, when the rain was heavier, we could barely see the King and Queen building. Now we can see it. We can see up 400 a little bit. We've got cars coming down pretty slowly there on 400, doing the transition there over the ramps to 285. But we still have the lightning, a lot of lightning here with those very frequent flashes of lightning and streaks of lightning there on the north side. Whoa, there was a big one right there too. Now let me take you to Truist Park, over a little bit more off of 285, over 285 over towards 75. And here is, I wanted to show you, because we've got the lights on at the park right now, and this is really just illuminating that heavy rain that's coming through those lights. You also see the raindrops on the lens right here at our Circle 75 Office Park location there, looking down on the park. And then also, if you're watching the sky, you can also see the flashes of lightning that are very frequent there as well. I do want to go back to our tower cam that I just showed you a little while ago. This is the one that is on top of our building here, or on top of our tower here at 11 Alive, looking up toward Buckhead. And this is the camera that kind of gets a little digitized sometimes with flashes of lightning and dealing with that and the light and the darkness at the same time. So that's why things look a little bit weird with that. There's a drop on the lens that's coming down right here, but this just shows us some of the heavy rain that's coming down along with the intensity of the lightning here that is inside the perimeter that we're watching here now at this time. I'm going to change this camera here that's looking toward Buckhead to our other camera that's on the DeKalb Fulton County line that has more of a broader view. It's a little bit higher and is able to look toward the city of Atlanta. And there you see that, okay? So this is a wider view of the city. Again, east of the city on the DeKalb Fulton line, but we're looking back toward the city. And you can see here, there's some good visibility, but what this is showing us is the cloud deck that we have, as well as all of the lightning that we have here, looking toward the west. And then these storms that are moving in, so this is looking west, so this is north right here. Watch this cloud formation as those rain showers and storms are pushing in and are not only just inside the perimeter, but they're now moving in from Buckhead down into the city. So we're going to see the conditions here deteriorating over the city as that rain gets heavier. And then also as we're looking toward the west, this is a look at most likely some of that lightning here that is in parts of Cobb County and up toward the Smyrna area with that intense lightning that's happening out there right now. So this is really kind of a cool thing. We can show you radar all day long of these storms developing, but this is a really good vantage point. Just look at that lightning there. It's a really good vantage point here from this tower cam that is really high. This is from our transmitter tower that is over on Arizona Avenue. This looks back toward the city. And again, not just looking at radar, but we can look at this to show you the changing weather as this area of rain and these storms move into the city. We're watching this cloud as it keeps growing and moving into the city. We're going to see more rain coming down over us really at any time now. We'll see these rain shafts that will be moving in and squalls of rain. And I bet when we take this camera, if we go off of this and come back to it in a little bit, the camera may be shrouded over in rain where we can't even see the skyline anymore. But this is just really, I want to hold on this a little bit more. This is just so fascinating to me as a meteorologist. Hopefully it's fascinating to you, maybe just as someone wanting to see what's happening with this, where we see this not only cloud cover moving in, the camera is starting to shake a little bit as the winds are kicking up. Heavy rain is on the north side of the city. You can kind of see that coming in where the visibility reduced a little bit right there for the counties, for the buildings up closer to Midtown. But we're seeing a couple of raindrops on the lens here. We're going to see this rain shroud over the city, and also looking at all that lightning as we look over toward the west, that constant or frequent illumination. Wow, look at that, frequent illumination of the sky with that lightning moving in. And you can kind of tell that flash of lightning that we just had there emanated more over to the north here. And that, there you see, that's the leading edge of that heaviest rain coming in. We're in Midtown right now at our studio. The rain just got really heavy on us as this is pushing down toward the south. We're hearing more thunder outside our building. So we are, where we're located, just off screen right here. The rain is getting really heavy to the north. Again, we're looking west here. So that's toward the north. And we're just going to see all of that rain getting heavier as it moves in here to our area. We do see some raindrops on the lens already of our camera. That's just the beginning of this rain coming in, but it is only going to get heavier as that main area of rain continues to move in from the north. So I'm going to come back to this camera here really quickly. Before I do, I want to go back to this radar so we can again see these areas that are moving in. So really intense heavy rain coming in. So where we showed you our camera just a minute ago, that was on the DeKalb line looking westward toward the city. It was right over here. So that heavy rain was coming from the north. It's about to wallop that camera. We still have, okay, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued here as well for these areas. For Clayton, Cobb, DeKalb, Douglas, Fulton, Henry, and Rockdale County. This was just issued a moment ago at 12:24. It's 12:25 right now. And so all of this area that you see here inside this polygon, this is the most intense area of rain that I've been showing you. This is where we have the new severe thunderstorm warning. Let me just look at this. This is for southwestern parts of Rockdale. In fact, I'll put this up for you. There's a lot of counties included. So this box that I'm about to show here isn't going to show all of the counties, but it's going to show 4 of them. So we have Clayton, Cobb, DeKalb, and Fulton is what you're seeing there. But I also want you to know southwestern Rockdale, again, I want to mention DeKalb, central Cobb, northeastern Douglas County, northwestern Henry, northern Clayton, and central Fulton County. This is in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. A severe thunderstorm from Smyrna to Snapfinger, moving south at 20 miles an hour. The main threats with this, 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-size hail. That's the heaviest part of the system, now prompting a new severe thunderstorm warning. It'll be in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. So all of this that we have been watching coming in from Tennessee and North Carolina, traveling through all of North Georgia, is now over us in the city. We were hoping we would see more weakening with this than we have. The models were really showing a lot of weakening. This is still strong. And this is right over us in the city with this heavy rain coming in right now. Intense lightning over the north side of the perimeter. Right now, the heaviest part of this is along I-20 and northward. Inside the perimeter right here, very heavy rain, thunder, and lightning that extends up into Cobb County. Where you see Ackworth up there near Lake Allatoona, that's not in the severe part. The severe part is here from Marietta down towards Smyrna, then through Atlanta, going over into DeKalb County, over toward the Redan area. This cuts off pretty much right at the Rockdale County line. It does include a little bit of Henry County, a little bit of northern Clayton County, and just a small part of Douglas County right there. The core of this is for Cobb, central Fulton, and DeKalb County, and then moving down into parts of Henry County as that heaviest rain is going to be moving through there in just a little bit, all right? Here it is in motion, and you can see these storms here that really look like that lightning count is kind of intensified here. Often, we have the urban heat island effect that sometimes when storms move in, they move into the area where the city is a little bit hotter, and it's called an urban heat island. And sometimes that heat of the city can actually make storms intensify as they move in. And we're seeing some of that intensification right now with this lightning count really ramping up a little bit more here just inside the perimeter and around the perimeter as these storms push through the city of Atlanta. And they're going to keep pushing down toward the south. That back edge is already through Roswell. We're seeing things getting a little bit better in Dunwoody here. And it's better in Lawrenceville and Duluth, and better in Lilburn, better down in Snellville right now. This all keeps pushing down toward the south and a little bit to the south and west over the city. It's going to cross over I-20, then move over on the south side. Hopefully by then, we'll see a little bit more weakening as this moves out of the city. But as of right now, these storms are still holding together very well as they're over the city of Atlanta right now with that heavy rain, also thunder and lightning. Intense, frequent lightning now as those storms move through. Okay, let's have fun. Go back to that tower cam that is on the DeKalb Fulton line. And we can barely see the skyline here. Remember earlier we were looking at this, we had a pretty good view of the skyline. You can barely see that. The rain is coming down really hard on top of this camera. This is also very high up on our transmitter tower. So we're kind of shrouded in by all of this rain. We're also still seeing the thunder and lightning hearing the thunder, seeing the lightning out of that right now, as the lightning intensity is still very frequent with these storms pushing through. Let me take you back up to Northside Hospital Tower Cam. We can still see the King and Queen building, still have some raindrops here, but not as much rain coming down right now on this camera. And as we look to the north, we're seeing some lightning, but not as much as we did. Most of the lightning now is inside the perimeter and moving south toward the city. So while I'm here, let me take this camera. Again, this is our Northside Tower Cam, and I'm going to turn it back toward the city. This is going to look down 400 south and look back toward the city. And we'll be able to see more lightning now as we look toward the south. And we won't be able to see the city skyline. But remember how I was just showing you here on the north side, not as much lightning looking northward, that all the lightning is south of Northside Hospital now, down 400 south. All right, so this is looking down 400 south right here, back toward the city, and there's that lightning that is now more frequent and more intense, closer to the city of Atlanta as we're looking southward now from this tower cam, and you can see it now a lot more intense. Let's go to Truist Park, where again, still some heavy rain coming in Smyrna. We still have thunder and lightning there flashing in the sky. Even though this is looking westward into Cobb County, we still have that really heavy rain up toward Marietta. So 75 is right over here going north. So we're looking, kind of more north and westward from, actually south and westward here from Truist Park. And we still see that heavy rain and also the thunder and lightning that is still very evident there in the skies from those storms that continue to roll on through. And here's a look at Hartsfield-Jackson, where again, we don't have anything particularly heavy coming down at Hartsfield, but that's all about to change. Let's go back here. I want to see if, okay, we still don't have any type of ground stop or anything at Hartsfield-Jackson, even though it's not raining on top of Hartsfield-Jackson. A lot of times with storms nearby, they will issue a ground stop. And we also see if we have any departure delays. We also don't have any departure delays out of Hartsfield-Jackson right now. But I think that the conditions at Hartsfield-Jackson are going to deteriorate very soon too, as this rain continues to move in from the north. Again, the good news is the National Weather Service has been taking some counties out of the thunderstorm watch. The only counties still in it now are over near Athens into Oconee County, areas of Walton County, Barrow County, Gwinnett, Forsyth County, Cherokee, Dawson, Pickens, Gordon, Gilmer, Dalton area at Whitfield County, and also Murray County. And we still have that one in far north Georgia. Even though we're seeing a lot of things weakening on the north side, we still are watching this one that is still intense here. It's not a severe thunderstorm anymore, but Gordon County has some heavy rain, thunder, and lightning also into Pickens County. Actually, the northern parts of Bartow and also into areas of Pickens County, there in Gordon County as well, with the heavy rain. But then go down into Cobb County. Whoa, this is where it gets much more active here. From Cobb County through Fulton County, DeKalb County, into Rockdale County, moving over toward Covington. This is that area of heavy rain and thunder and lightning. The most intense part of this is this part right here, where we have that severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for parts of Cobb County, Fulton County, a big part of DeKalb County, moving into these areas of North Henry County, Northern Clayton, and a little bit of Douglas County. So this is moving very slowly. It's taking a while for this rain and for this lightning to push through the city, and it's very intense. So you get some heavy rain coming in, and some of these rainfall rates are pretty impressive. I want to take you here to this area that we're watching. Let's show you the rainfall totals. So this is that area that we're watching with some of this heavy rain. Let me show you some of the totals here. North of the city, we're talking about an inch of rain in spots. Over in DeKalb County, a half inch to an inch. Other areas there in Cobb County, close to an inch, over an inch in central DeKalb County. Up here in North Gwinnett County there, 2 inches of rain has fallen. Up 985 there, getting close to that Buford exit. So that intensity of the rain is still coming down pretty well. And we're going to see some higher rainfall totals coming up in just a little bit. So there's that main area pushing through the city, intense rain, thunder and lightning, and we're getting it right now over the city. And we're getting it here in Midtown. You're getting it in Cobb County. You're getting it in DeKalb County, moving into parts of Henry County. Rockdale County getting hit hard. Also Newton County, but it's not as intense over there. Emily, if you can hear me, check. I know we changed the battery. I'm hearing static a lot of times. What happens when my battery's dying? Is it okay? Okay. My IFB might be going. In fact, let me change that because that might be the issue. I'm going to keep talking here while I change my battery and my IFB so I can hear what's happening. But the intensity of the rain is coming down big time here over the city. So we hope to see some improvements with this rain as it moves more down to the south, where hopefully we will see things starting to die out just a little bit or weaken somewhat, because I hope that you folks on the south side will get a little bit more of a break than what we're having here over the city of Atlanta, because it's pretty hard. We got a lot of intense rain, heavy rain, thunder, and lightning with these storms, and we'll keep watching these storms as they continue to move down toward the south. I think I put that in backwards. So we'll keep watching that rain. That's very heavy, and still a lot of thunder and lightning here with those. And still the severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be in effect until 1 o'clock this morning for that area inside the city. It's going to be interesting to see if these storms hold together going in on the south side, and if the National Weather Service will issue any additional warnings there on the south side. But right now, it's pretty intense over the city right now. Let me fix my tie and button this back up, as I just had to change the battery in my IFB, my earpiece. So very intense rain coming in for this area, thunder and lightning right over the city. So what we're going to be watching for is to hear from the National Weather Service if we are getting any reports of flooding or any type of damage in the area. Let me go back here. I lost some reason my National Weather Service chat. Hold on, let me get to that really quick to see if we're getting any reports of any type of flooding or any damage in any of these areas here inside the city where we have this severe thunderstorm warning that is taking place right now. Whoa. Okay. We have Murray County saying a tree was struck by lightning causing a brush fire in Murray County. That's in far northwest Georgia. Cherokee County, a structure fire from lightning at Gray Circle. Enough wind with these storms going through Atlanta right now with the amount of wind that we have with them, that could be strong enough to bring down trees. So I want you to be aware of that in the city as the intensity of this wind is kind of kicking up here just a little bit more with that heavy rain that continues to come down, and also all the lightning that we have going on out there right now as well. The severe thunderstorm warning that we're watching is right over the city. It includes parts of Cobb County, Fulton County, DeKalb County, also down into the northern parts of Henry County. It does cut off at Rockdale, but really that is the core of that heaviest rain coming down right now over the city. I'm hearing it here at the station. We have a lot of thunder and lightning here at the station as well. And this is the heaviest part of it coming through. I'm going to take the lightning off just for a minute so you can still see. Guys, that's still looking impressive. I'm not seeing a lot of weakening with this at all. Cobb County, through the city, very heavy rain. DeKalb County still getting rocked with this heavy rain. It's much better in Gwinnett now, mainly light rain in parts of Gwinnett County. That extends down to Rockdale County and also Newton County. Covington along I-20 and southward is where we have the heaviest part of the rain that continues to move on through, and this still has to push down toward the south. So this is getting closer to Hartsfield-Jackson. Let me go back to the FAA delays. Okay. And just check again, because now that this is pushing in to the city, nope, we still don't have a ground delay, ground stop or anything. Let's look at the airport tower cam, because we're most likely seeing some of that rain that's getting there near Hartsfield. And we've got a lot of lightning out there too. Hartsfield-Jackson, you can see the tower still here. Runways and taxiways are looking okay. We have a lot of lightning though. We're about to see some rain coming in over Hartsfield-Jackson. We're going to see that rain getting a little bit harder. And we'll see if that would initiate any type of delays. Now, at night, the volume of traffic is a little bit lower, so that they'll be able to maintain and kind of keep things going there, maybe with just a few delays possible, but hopefully nothing really widespread, as the volume of flights are a little bit lower here at this late night hour. We are at 12:40, getting closer to 1 o'clock in the morning here. But I'm going to come back to check that here in just a minute, as we're most likely going to be seeing some additional rain that's going to be pushing in there in just a little bit. This is again at Northside Hospital, looking down toward the city. The city skyline is right here. We're looking down 400 South just to see some of that lightning in the distance as those storms are moving through the city right now, continuing to push south. So it's not as bad right now on the north side at Northside Hospital, but we're looking southward at those storms that have just pushed through the north end of the perimeter. Also, this is at Truist Park. Just a little while ago, we were just seeing the lights and heavy, heavy rain coming down. It is still raining at Truist Park, but not as heavy as it was. So that's the indicator of the back edge of that really heavy rain is pushing south of Truist Park. But that's what's all inside the perimeter right now and moving down on the south side as well. So this just kind of illustrates to you, and of course, still plenty of lightning out there too with these storms. So this just kind of illustrates to you what we're also seeing on radar, where we have the heaviest rain moving through the city right now. We have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect. That's going to be in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. And then that's all going to push down toward the south very slowly though. So I want you folks in South Fulton to get ready. Over in parts of Douglas County, get ready, as these storms from Cobb are going to shift into your area. The eastern parts of Douglas County, where it's going to be some heavy rain. Also, South Fulton, as I mentioned. Clayton County, you're beginning to see that leading edge south of I-20 moving down into the north part of the county. Some of that, it may make it into Fayette County. Hopefully not as intense as it is over the city, but still some heavier rain coming down to Fayette County, Clayton County. We're beginning to see some of this in northern parts of Henry County, heavy rain there, into Rockdale County. This is along I-20 into DeKalb County, into parts of Rockdale County. South of I-20 now is where we have the heaviest part of the rain in Rockdale, as well as in Newton County, heavy rain along I-20, but then south of that in Newton County is where it is heaviest. And that's going to push into Butts County, it's pushing into Henry County. And then as you go out I-20 into Morgan County, this was intense earlier in Morgan County and also Greene County. That has weakened as it's pushed down toward the south. So if we could just see a good weakening trend here in Atlanta, that would be a good thing. If we see the rain diminishing in intensity and seeing the lightning also diminishing in intensity, we would love to see it. For you in Henry County and Clayton County and Coweta County, I'd love for y'all just to have a good old rain that's nice to sleep in versus waking up to the heavy rain and intense lightning and intense thunder like what is happening here in Atlanta right now with this severe thunderstorm warning that's still going to be in effect until about 1 o'clock this morning. It'll be interesting to see if the National Weather Service issues any additional warnings on the south side. Let me do another lightning count on this right now. This lightning, this is more current and live instead of showing all the lightning strikes that have happened. I'll show that to you in the loop in just a second. But while I have it here, I want to show you the lightning count in the past 15 minutes, 367. So that is still a lot of lightning. I do believe the last time we looked at this, it was in the 200s. Now it's in the 300s. So that lightning count has come back up. I really think it was intensifying here over the city. Now, I could show you, as I put this into motion here, let me remove the number for you in the lightning count, but let's put this into motion and you can see all that intensity of the lightning that is concentrated here in parts of DeKalb County, the most intense part right there. Now these are not necessarily all current. The new current ones come up, but these are still some that may be 10 or 15 minutes old. So the intensity of the lightning still heaviest there in DeKalb County, moving down into Henry County, over into Rockdale County, still a pretty good amount of lightning inside the city, moving up into parts of Cobb County as well. And that's going to continue pushing down toward the south with heavy rain and all that thunder and lightning there. And the most intense part is right there in DeKalb County, right at the DeKalb and going that line, that's continuing to push down toward the south. So we're hoping that we will see this intensity of the lightning going down a little bit more, and we're also hoping we'll see the intensity of this rain coming down a little bit more as well. I want to take another look at the rainfall totals. We looked at this just a moment ago inside the city. We were seeing a lot of blue. Yeah, we're still seeing a good bit of blue. No red showing up here yet. We do have that reddish and purple color that is up in Gwinnett County, but here in the perimeter, here's a look at some of these rain totals there. Over an inch on the north side, half inch Smyrna, over an inch, a half inch in Sandy Springs and near Dunwoody, over toward Tucker, about an inch, closer to Belvedere Park, more than an inch, Redan, a half inch, Snellville, Lawrenceville, 1 to 1.5 inches of rain has come down there. These are our Doppler radar estimates. Not enough rain to issue any type of flood warnings. Those flood warnings are still in effect, though, for these areas up to the north. We're looking at all that red. Let's take another look at these rainfall totals in Jasper, there in Pickens County. Some spots 4 to 5 inches, and then more of those rain totals 2 to 3 inches up into Gilmer County and Fannin County, 3 inches on the western side of Gilmer County, right on the Murray County line. So very intense rain that's been coming down there. That rain has cleared out. They still have the flood warnings in effect, though, because even though the rain is over for them, they can still see runoff into low-lying areas, and you can still see runoff coming into creeks and streams and low-lying or flood-prone areas to cause some of that flooding that continues to move on through. So the heart of this system now is over the city, still intense, heavy rain, thunder and lightning. It's moving slowly, going down to the south and southwest at about 10 to 15 miles an hour. So the rain lasts for a long period of time and gives you a good bit of rain as it moves down toward the south, and then continuing to move down on the south along I-20 and moving south of that as well. We have a report of a tree down in Roswell at Azalea Drive at Roswell Road. Fire crews are there working on that and trying to remove it from the road. We do still not have any indications of a ground stop at Hartsfield-Jackson quite yet, but look how this rain, so let me show you right here. See that before the rain comes in? Right there, that is Hartsfield-Jackson right there. This light rain is coming in. The heavy rain is about to envelop Hartsfield-Jackson. Not only heavy rain, but also thunder and lightning moving in there too. This leading edge going into Riverdale, about to be blasted in Stockbridge as that moves down toward the south. It is also in these areas here along 75, getting closer to Lovejoy. Heavier rain on the south side. So here's East Point right here, South Fulton, moving in closer to Union City. This is going down 85. And then some of this is going to make it into Chattahoochee Hills in just a little while. Again, that heavy rain now extending outside of the severe thunderstorm warning. So it'll be interesting to see if the National Weather Service is going to issue another severe thunderstorm warning here on the south side with the heavy rain, thunder, and lightning that continues to move through those areas right now. So very heavy rain over the city, starting to push southward, still very heavy, still intense thunder and lightning here with those storms. And one of those intense areas is near Redan, where we have this lightning that is still holding together there pretty well over in parts of DeKalb County. But that's really on the back edge of that heaviest part of the rain. So hopefully your conditions are improving there in parts of DeKalb County, but right along I-20 and pushing south of I-20, it's getting heavy there into North Henry, also moving into those areas of Clayton County, Fayette County, seeing some of that heavier rain move in, and still a lot of heavy rain and lightning in the city. But we do see the back edge right now getting ready to kind of push through Atlanta, and it'll be moving on the south side along I-20. We still have this in South Cobb with the heavy rain that's about to move into Douglasville with some of that heavier rain coming down there now and into South Fulton. So that's going to keep pushing down toward the south, and that rain extending over into Newton County. This almost looks like a bit of an outflow boundary right here south of Covington, where we see this ramping up right there with intense lightning. That's about to move into Jasper County near Monticello and into these areas of Morgan County too. So a little bit of an outflow boundary causing that to kind of fan out and move more to the south and east, whereas these storms are pushing down to the south. This was somewhat of a outflow boundary right there, where we have these showers that are now beginning to move through McDonough into parts of Henry County. There's another tower cam that I want to show you. That is, okay, I just lost that too. Hold on here. That is our tower cam down in Hampton at Echo Park Speedway. I'm going to put this up for you, and you'll be able to see here at Echo Park Speedway. The problem is with this camera, it's pretty dark, but I'm going to try to point this toward the north to see if we see a lot of lightning out of that. So we're looking over Echo Park Speedway right now, and you can see the flashes of lightning there. We most likely might be seeing some rain coming into those areas right now, but I'm going to point this. This is right now looking south. I'm going to try to look more to the north. You're going to see this camera moving here in just a second, and look more to the north as we see that area of rain that's getting closer to Echo Park Speedway. And you're going to be able to see when it stops here in just a second, some of that lightning that we have from the distance. And that's going to change over into some good rain that's going to be coming down for those areas of Echo Park Speedway in just a little bit. So that's the next area that's going to be inundated by some heavy rain as well as some thunder and lightning. So here again is the city. Still heavy, still thunder and lightning. We're not seeing a lot of weakening. There is some weakening, but just not a lot. And that's going to keep pushing down toward the south. So I want you to be prepared in South Fulton County. And right now it's in northern Clayton. I want you to be prepared in Fayette County. This heavy rain is moving your way. Intense rain, thunder and lightning pushing down to the south. Right along I-20 and now moving south of I-20 into DeKalb County. Also in Rockdale County, trying to push to the south. In Covington and Newton County, the heaviest stuff is south of I-20. There along the Newton and Jasper County line, intense lightning is beginning to develop there too. But here's the really heavy rain that is pushing down on the south side out there right now. And it is intense. It is heavy. We have some winds that have been around 40 to 50 miles an hour. When they issued this new severe thunderstorm warning, we've had winds up to around 60 miles an hour, and that's continuing to push down toward the south. We really expect it to weaken a little bit more as it continues down to the south. As a matter of fact, let's look at our high resolution rapid refresh, because it has had a hard time initializing with the actual rain that has been going through. Let's see if it's doing better with that now. No, it's not. This is not showing anywhere near what's happening here in the Atlanta area. This is still going on model data that was showing this falling apart by now, but that is definitely not the case. I do think as that continues to move down toward the south, we will see some improvements here, hopefully with the intensity of these showers and storms coming down somewhat. But plenty of lightning, plenty of heavy rain with these storms here. Now moving over the city, and the back edge is about to leave downtown and go along I-20 and southward for that heaviest rain, and also continuing here into South Fulton County, also into DeKalb County, northern parts of Henry County, and into northern Clayton County, that heaviest part of the rain, and also into Rockdale County, and then that band of heavy rain right on the Jasper County and Newton County line, with the intensity still frequent lightning with it. So let's do another lightning count. Are you ready for it? What's your guess? The last time, was it over 300? We're at 225 right now. So that's still a lot of lightning, but not as much as what we had a little bit earlier. And we hope to see this number continue to go down, and we hope to see these storms weakening a little bit more as they move south of the city and move south of I-20, where hopefully we won't see as much of that rain and as much of the storms moving through and moving south of that area right now. This warning is set to expire in 5 minutes at 1 o'clock. Let's go back to the Weather Service and see. I just see a picture here from Cherokee County of this monument that most likely was struck by lightning. Very interesting there. We'll hope to be able to show that to you a little bit later. But wow, yeah, a lot of heavy rain going through, a lot of wind with these storms, and we'll continue to watch these storms push down toward the south. Let me go back and see if the Weather Service, still with the severe thunderstorm warning that is set to expire at 1 o'clock. They're not giving us any indication of whether or not, we have a tree down blocking a road in Roswell at Azalea Drive at Roswell Road. I think I told you that a minute ago. And just looking to see if we see any additional information coming in from the Weather Service, whether or not they are going to extend this warning on the south side for any additional counties there. We still have a lot of lightning and still have some heavy rain. Let me just look at the velocity. I'm not seeing anything really indicating any type of rotation with that either, which we haven't really seen any rotation with any of this in a while. And we hope to see the lightning intensity coming down a little bit more as this continues to push down toward the south. Still some heavy rain. We expect to see this warning hopefully expire at any moment now within the next 3 minutes. We'll hopefully see this polygon expire and disappear, but then we'll wait and see if the National Weather Service is issuing any additional thunderstorm warnings on the south side, because it's still pretty intense there. This there along the Newton-Jasper County line is actually growing in intensity with that lightning count that's coming up as well. Heavy rain going into Jasper County, moving into Morgan County, as that's kind of fanning out, pushing more to the south and east with that outflow boundary that developed there. Now watching the more intensity of the rain pushing down toward the south right now, and continuing on into parts of Henry County, Clayton County, and also into areas of Fayette County. Let's check on the airport, because we see that intense rain that is over Hartsfield-Jackson right now. And all right, so now we do see that it's raining harder. We can't really see the tower there anymore. Runways and taxiways are wet. We have a lot more lightning around right now. We don't have any record of any delays, departure delays right now at Hartsfield-Jackson, and I'm updating this map here. We also don't have a ground stop there yet either. So we'll wait and see. Again, the volume is not as heavy during the overnight hours, so maybe they're going to be able to manage this okay without having to have an official ground stop or any departure delays, with the volume being a little bit less at this time. But we've got heavy rain and thunder and lightning right now on top of Hartsfield-Jackson. This is our view at Echo Park Speedway, where we're going to see some heavier rain coming in there in just a little bit. And let's check the tower cam again, where we have raindrops on the lens. Looking back toward the city, we do see the visibility a little bit better. Now, the lightning strikes are more south of the city, all right? We were watching the lightning that was to the west and to the north earlier. Now we're seeing most of the lightning emanating from the south, from those storms that are on the south side. Still flashing across the sky, but the origin of that lightning is more to the south of the city out there right now. And still some rain coming down and still some intense lightning coming down in those areas as well. So that is a look at what we have with those storms. All right, let's go back to radar because I want to look and see that if at 1 o'clock, this yellow polygon really should disappear within the next 5 to 10 seconds. All right, there it goes. It just disappeared at the top of the hour at 1 o'clock. So it's no longer classified as a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but we still have some really heavy rain and intense shower activity here on the south side, moving down toward the south and continuing to push down toward the south. We hope to see more weakening with this. I'm encouraged that the Weather Service has not issued a new warning. They let that one expire. Let's see here. So what they're doing right now is they're issuing a special weather statement for southwestern Rockdale, Spalding, Fayette, Henry, Butts, northeastern Coweta, Clayton, southwestern Fulton, northwestern Jasper, southwestern Newton counties until 1:45. They are saying now that winds are up to 40 miles an hour with frequent cloud to ground lightning. So this is a good indicator that maybe we are seeing enough weakening with these storms that we no longer have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and they're issuing a special weather statement that these are not as strong as they were earlier, and they are continuing to push down toward the south with still some heavy rain and also some thunder and lightning there on the south side, but not as intense as they were a little bit earlier. I'm going to step out of the shot and check with our digital team if they're still over there. I don't know if they are. Oh, Denisha, so I was wondering, I'm still live here, but I was wondering if we should take it to live radar for a bit, and I may come back on in a little while, but I just have to take a break here. So we're going to go, well, I'll tell everybody, we're going to go to live radar right now here on the stream. I've been talking straight since 8 o'clock, covering these storms. I'm going to drink some water, take a little break. I'm not going anywhere. I'm still watching these storms, but we're going to put up live radar on the stream now so you can keep an eye on those storms as they continue pushing down toward the south, and you can monitor them as they move down toward the south. And then I'll come back on if necessary for some additional updates coming up in just a little while as these storms move. But we're encouraged by the fact that we don't have a new severe thunderstorm warning. We are seeing still heavy rain and thunder and lightning, but at least the intensity of that is coming down somewhat, and we expect that weakening trend to happen a little bit more as that continues pushing away. So stay with us. I know you're concerned if you're watching us right now about these storms. I'm just going to take a little bit of a break. We'll go to live radar. I'll come back in a few minutes if necessary to track these storms as they continue pushing down toward the south. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team, continuing to track these showers and storms that have moved through the city. They are still very active, though, on the south side with heavy rain and also thunder and lightning. The good news with this is that we had a severe thunderstorm warning earlier that was over the city of Atlanta for parts of Cobb County moving into areas of DeKalb County. They allowed that to expire at 1 o'clock. And we were hanging out with you a little bit longer just to see if they were going to issue any additional warnings here on the south side. So far, the National Weather Service has been issuing what they call special weather statements, meaning the storms are no longer at severe status, but they still have heavy rain with them, thunder and lightning, and winds of up to around 40 miles an hour. In order for these to be classified as severe, they would have to have winds of 57, 58 miles an hour or greater, or hail an inch in diameter or larger. And so far, what we're seeing now on the south side doesn't meet that criteria. But for those of you on the south side trying to sleep, I know that it's a little disheartening to be hearing the heavy rain outside your window, seeing the flashes of lightning, hearing the constant thunder here. And that is what we're dealing with here on the south side, where we've had that heavy rain that moved through and over the airport, now into parts of Fayette County, Clayton County, South Fulton County. That is the strongest part of this right here. That is on the south side. Some of that extending over into Henry County with heavy rain and thunder and lightning. So this has really been on a weakening trend compared to what we had a little bit earlier when this was stronger, not only in Atlanta, but over parts of North Georgia as well. I'm checking again the FAA site. We don't have any ground stop or anything right now at Hartsfield-Jackson. As we were mentioning earlier, at nighttime, the travel volume is lower. So hopefully they're able to kind of, you know, stand by and watch this rain come through. We don't have any departure delays right now at Hartsfield-Jackson, but you can see how the runways and taxiways are wet. We at least can see the tower now. A little bit earlier, it was raining so hard we could barely even see the tower. And you see some, you know, some of the vehicles moving there along the taxiways. And we're still dealing with a lot of lightning right now at Hartsfield-Jackson. So this is part of the area where that rain is the hardest right now. Here is another view of what we're watching. This is the Echo Park Speedway. Whoa, did you see that lightning there? This is in part of the storm down in Henry County where the rain is heavier and where we see more of that lightning around. I know this is kind of dark to see. We're looking actually at the speedway right here and some of the lights around it, but you can't really tell much about the infield or anything unless you see a big lightning strike coming up. And we just saw one of those with some intense lightning there still on the south side. So if you're living in Henry County, for those areas on the south side, we're still dealing with those pockets of heavy rain and a lot of thunder and lightning. Compare that to what we're watching right here on the north side. This is at Dahlonega at the University of North Georgia, and this is at Truist Park, where earlier we had really heavy rain that the light was just illuminating the really heavy rain that was coming down. Now, no rain at Truist Park, but we have still wetness around, water on the lens here, but things are calmer on the north side now. Most of the action is down on the south side. Here's a look at our tower cam. This is the tower cam from our Arizona Avenue location there on our broadcast tower looking back west toward the city. We still have clouds around, but earlier when we were looking at this camera, the visibility was very low. We could barely see the city skyline. So things are a little bit better there now too, but we are seeing those flashes of lightning that are emanating more from the south, and it's on the south side where that lightning is a little bit more intense right now, like in that camera that we just showed you at Echo Park Speedway. And then here's another view at Hartsfield-Jackson where the rain is still coming down there, and we still have a lot of lightning there at Hartsfield-Jackson. And again, those runways and taxiways are still wet. So let's go back to radar. Let's take a closer look at these areas of heavy rain and thunder and lightning. This is what we're watching as these storms have been moving in from the north, pushing down toward the south. Now, we had the really heavy rain that was on the north side. It moved through Atlanta. It actually kind of ramped up a little bit with that lightning count over the city. Now, It's not quite as widespread as it was. Still that intense rain on the south side from the airport moving down through parts of Clayton County and Fayette County, moving into parts of Coweta County, also Henry County, moving into Spalding County, over into Butts County, heavy rain there too. But this is not as intense as it was. And we're finally seeing somewhat of a weakening trend with this. Not weak, but just weaker than it was, because these are still strong on the south side. But the good news is we do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings right now, and we are kind of seeing the evidence of some of that weakening trend as it continues to move down toward the south. The latest special weather statement that we had is for this area of rain that is on the south side, and this is a special weather statement for until a 1:45 for those storms on the south side, just showing winds of up to 40 miles an hour, along with very heavy rain and frequent lightning. And that's what we've been experiencing there. So we're seeing that weaken somewhat. So instead of winds at 57, 58 miles an hour or greater, winds are more like 40 miles an hour. That's still a good wind and still a lot of heavy rain and still a lot of lightning with that, but just not as much as what we had a little bit earlier. I'm gonna put this into live mode, and I will do a query on that lightning there on the south side, and we'll show you that the count is now to 145. Earlier, that was much higher. So that is also an indicator that these storms are weakening somewhat. Now, we do have this in Paulding County, heavy rain, thunder, and lightning with that. Also up near Rome, a little cluster with some heavy rain, thunder, and lightning with that. But for the most part, these storms are weakening as they push down to the south, just not as active as they were a little bit earlier. And we really are hoping to see these storms continue to weaken as they move down to the south a little bit more. I want you folks on the south side to be prepared for additional rain that's going to be moving through and that thunder and lightning. So if you are in Coweta County here, down near Noonan, some of this that's around Union City moving through those areas of Fayette County and through Clayton County, that's going to move down into Coweta. We're also going to see this moving into South Fayette, what you see that heaviest stuff, which is on the south end of the perimeter right now, around Hartsfield, Jackson, moving south. This in Henry County is still heavy, not as intense as it was, but some thunder and lightning with that. That leading edge is moving into Spalding County, pushing in near Griffin. Also some thunder and lightning and some heavy rain in Butts County over near Jackson, but not as intense as this part. This is the most intense part right here in South Fulton, moving into Coweta, into areas of Clayton County and Fayette County. We got Clayton right here and Fayette here. That's that heaviest, that's pushing down into Peachtree City and then eventually moving into Coweta County as that moves on down to the south. And that weakening trend should continue as these storms continue to push on down to the south. And again, we'll keep an eye on these in Floyd County, a little lightning developing with that in Floyd, also in Paulding County. That's going to keep pushing down toward the south too. But for Atlanta, we have much better weather for us now. Still some light rain over into southern parts of Gwinnett County, into Rockdale County, Walton County, over into Newton County. But the heaviest action is on the south side, and we are seeing evidence of this kind of shrinking up a little bit more, and the lightning count is coming down. That was a lot more intense on the north side earlier from Gwinnett into North Fulton, pushing into the city. It ramped up here inside the city. And now that it's on the south side, yes, still heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, but not as intense as it was just a little while ago. And again, not seeing much to the north of us continuing to move through as well. This system really overperformed. The models were showing it weakening as it pushed closer to the city. The models also showed more of the intensity over into the Carolinas, but we had that area of rain that did make it into North Georgia, and it eventually made its way down into our area. The severe thunderstorm watch expired at 1 o'clock, so we no longer have any counties in a severe thunderstorm watch, and we're going to continue watching this area of rain that's moving down toward the south, where things should be getting a little bit better. This is Echo Park Speedway again, looking more to the south and west. There's a look at that intense lightning that is in parts of Henry County over at the Hampton area. Still rain and lightning there. In Dahlonega, things are looking better. I know this is a dark camera here, but things are looking much better. And then this is our camera. Did you see that behind me here? This is our camera right now that we're watching from right on the DeKalb-Fulton County line at Arizona Avenue, looking back toward the city, where the rain has let up in the city, but we're still dealing with plenty of lightning out there, not over the city, but in these storms surrounding here, our area. And that lightning is still pretty intense, and it's still popping in a lot of areas. So here's the forecast track. This high resolution rapid refresh hasn't even initialized what we still have on the south side. But what I want you to see here, there's more on the south side than what's showing up here on this model data. But really the trend is going to be that those storms weaken as they move to the south. We'll be much quieter here during the day tomorrow. A few clouds mix in with the sunshine, but northerly flow brings in drier air, keeps the rain away. Humidity levels come down a little bit, and our temperatures tomorrow hold in the lower 90s. But we'll also see even drier air coming in for Thursday as well as on Friday, with a much better end of the week here. Thursday and Friday, things are going to be looking really nice with mostly sunny skies, lower humidity around, not any showers, and highs in the lower 90s that'll actually feel, if you dare to say that, a little refreshing because it's not going to be as humid around. So here's a look, a last look. We'll take you back here to radar loops that are going to be here with you online as you continue to watch this. But the main area of rain, well down to the south of us, with the thunder and lightning, I want to look at velocity just to make sure I don't see any areas that look suspect or anything down there. We don't expect to see any additional rotation with that. We had some rotation a little bit earlier. We're not seeing any indications of that at all. And yeah, nothing else really to be overly concerned about except for that heavy rain on the south side with the thunder and lightning. But we're seeing trends that is going to continue weakening as it moves on down to the south. As heavy rain and thunder and lightning with that weakening trend that will be continuing here. So what we're going to do, take you back to the radar loops that you're going to see here on the feed. So you can keep watching this rain as it's moving down to the south, and will continue weakening. And we'll also have some better weather to talk about when Chesley is here early in the morning to talk about a much nicer day on Wednesday, and then even a better day here on Thursday and Friday. So I'm still hanging out for a little while just to make sure these storms behave themselves as they push down to the south. But in the meantime, here's a look at the radar loops that you can continue watching here through the overnight hours.